the stream going over to YouTube as well. Give me a moment here. Okay. Zoom in a bit. There we go. Right in my face. A little bit more. Oops, other way. A little bit more. Little bit more. Little bit more. There we go. Now I'm right in your face. And I'm whispering. And we got this little guy here. Cares. Is it Eisen or Eisen? Let me know. Okay. So, where are we at? Well, I keep finding ways of getting rid of things here that I don't need. We have an internal buffer and an external buffer. We are always replaying the last 20 inputs. We're going to find out how close to the line we can get for quality of service kind of thinking once we have this rolling. But that's going to come later when we actually have it out on the internet and we're dealing with real world scenarios. That's when we'll start to figure out what the QoS should be. There's no sense in trying to deal with that now. We are simulating out-of-order packets and network latencies. We're finding that there's actually a huge benefit to the way that we're doing this, in so much as so long as the last quarter of the frame, the last quarter of inputs in a second, at least one packet relaying the inputs has made it through. We can reconstruct everything on the server side and continue to simulate exactly the button presses that the player on the client side has inputted. So that's good. Our next problems, once we have this going, hopefully, unless there's some other thing, I think we're still going to be out of sync almost immediately. But the next thing that we can work on reliably to solve this problem of keeping in sync is to, I'll call it faux deterministic physics. And my idea with that is to basically take coordinate positions from the player and always refer to them in whole numbers, and then from that whole number, then we apply the physics, and then we bring it back down to reality. There's actually a couple of ways we can do this. If we're finding that we're not accurate, here's something wild we could do. And this is just working with something in an engine where it's like at that point, maybe I should just roll my own thing. But what we could do is we could actually just have the physics bodies in their own world where the scale is enormous. And that way, when we bring things down, and if we're just checking collisions in a world without any visual aspects to it, just the colliding bodies, we can simulate what's going to happen and then scale that down. So we have a lot of, there's like a couple of different ways I think I can do this. I'm going to try the simplest way first and see if we can get it from there. But that's hopefully later today. So right now what we're working on is, what we have is we're receiving the first 20 inputs to the server. So we get that packet, and once we get that packet, we then go, all right, let's get this party started. At that moment, we say, okay, we're now going to be expecting another 20 within the next 20 ticks, basically. And these are local. They're not the simulation ticks. They are the every 60th of a frame. And I'm going to also experiment with having that, so that we only need it every. We only process it every other frame inputs, so we kind of harvest them and then do it that way. We'll see if that works. I don't know if that can create a scenario where you could press a button so fast that you never even detect its input. I doubt it. I am slightly worried that this approach would make it so that you could miss press and release. But if we do something like that and we're only sending it every 2, then if it's a press and a release, it really doesn't matter at that point, right? Because it's like it never happened, I guess. But I guess it should matter. I don't know. How fast is the human, like how fast can you do inputs as a human being? These are the things that I'm just like not aware of. Anyways, so we get the first 20, and then we continue to receive packets unordered, unreliable. If the packet that we receive, the sender, the last input index is greater than, or in this case is, if, I think we should do it the other way around, because I think that's the way I'm thinking about it. So if we take the last input index, this comes in every packet, and essentially that works as our frame tick. Every time we process inputs, we increase this by 1. We process inputs every 60th of a second. Sorry guys, I've got like, I don't know if I had like sand in my ear and didn't realize it, and I cleaned it out, and I rubbed the sand against my skin, and I like broke the skin open.
Shut up and take my money.
Tom Millman, thank you for the sub. 14 months, dude. I hope you're doing good, man. I haven't been able to talk to you in a while. I almost want to drop a Discord call on you. So if the input index that we receive is greater than our last one, then we know that the packet is newer than anything that we've gotten. And anything else we just ignore. So we don't touch the packet at all. There's some smarter ways we could do this. For instance, we only really need to check the first byte of the packet. Right now we're doing all this processing. We really don't need to do that until we know we have a good one. So that's something I could improve later on. Getting out of the burnout state I was, slowly getting back to working on my duck colony project as well. Nice. I get it, dude. I totally get it. I was talking to Greg, second favorite, on the stream a couple days ago. And it was like, he has this goal of getting a booth at PAX next September. And I was like, oh, we could share the booth, or, somehow that came up. I don't really remember who had mentioned it. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to lock in and get something ready for then. But then I settled on this, and it's like, okay, well, now I can't. And it's like a question of, all right, if I say I'm going to do something else, then how much do I really believe in this thing? So now I'm kind of in this weird catch-22, because I'd love to. I still am going to go, unless something goes wrong. Who knows? You got kids. Anything's possible. And I started thinking about my back catalog of unfinished projects. And there's a couple where I'm like, damn, like I basically have, like I've got the hexagon game. And it's like, I was thinking about that and what are the different ways I could deal with that. And then I was thinking about, I made this puzzle game that has action movement in it. That's about all I'll say on it. Only one person who watches the stream now, 2 people who watch the stream now would even know what I'm talking about if I was to be so vague as to describe it the way that I am. And then there's in that one, the problem was assets. This was very early in my game designing line. But now I'm like, I think I have something there that I can contribute to getting right. So, I mean, how many weekends until September? How about how many weeks? That'll work. Let's say September 1st. I don't know when PAX is. 39 times 2. That's a lot of days to work on something. I bet I could get something. But see, that's the question is like, do I split? I don't know. I could chip away at it a little bit. I could calculate it in hours and say, okay, I want the equivalent of 2 days. How many hours do I need? All right. So, yeah, we determined that our reading index is a number that we can calculate on either end of the packet coming. And so we don't need to send it in the packet data. So that gave us 8 bytes back, which is great. We are now sending for the last 20 inputs. It's only 100 or 216 bytes or something like that. And it's possible we can squeeze that down even more because oftentimes the inputs are nothing. So if you're not holding the movement button or you're not pressing a button or holding a button, if you're not doing any of that, then the majority of the bytes are empty. We are compressing packets. That just happens naturally when we use eNet and Godot. But the best way to compress those packets, I'm not sure. Maybe we can, if we can set certain channels for compression and say on this channel, we compress this way because it's optimized for a lot of empty packets, and so on, then that's probably how we're going to end up doing that. Anyways, so now that we have the latest packet, we get the difference of the number of inputs. So this tells us how many new inputs are we receiving. If the number of new inputs is greater than our buffer size, we have to have some sort of QoS event. Right now, I'm just setting a breakpoint for if that happens. So essentially, that means we lost so many packets to the server that we never got any to fill in the blank spaces. So there's different ways that we could handle that. And one way is to go, okay, now the server is going to yell at the client. Or it's possible the client won't be receiving server ticks either during that time frame and we'll know something's wrong, right? And in this, it would be a half a second that this would occur in, okay? So at that point in time, the client could go, okay, I'm still connected to the server, but I haven't gotten anything from the server. So something must be going on with our noise on the network or whatever. So I'm going to have a bigger buffer than we actually are talking about. I'm going to have this secret sized buffer thing where, okay, I'll send all of the inputs that I know haven't made it. You're my second watch streamer this year. Nice. Who's your first? Not that they're going to have an accident or anything, but let me know. Finn is fine. I never get to watch Finn is fine. I think we stream at the same time all the time. I never get to watch Finn is Fine. Ever. It just never gets to happen for me. Do they do VODs? Does Finn is Fine do VODs? Let me see. So maybe I could catch up that way. No VODs. So I don't even, yeah, that explains it. Because sometimes it'll be like, hey, you got to catch up. Okay. Understandable. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, back to it. So now we know our difference, right? And we know where we are on the ring index that we're receiving because we're just blasting packets to the server, okay? We have the last input index, which we might not need. We are recording this, okay? So we do need to do that. So that's fine. Then here's what we do. For our difference amount, we're going to count through it. And then we're going to do a special for loop. Now, this is where things get wild. Because we have a local ringed buffer. And we have an external one. And we want to cycle through both of them. One with the offset from what we got from the packet. The input packets ring that we are sending. And then one for our local one. We're going to count however many differences of inputs we have and add those frames. But on top of that, because it's a ringed buffer, we need to wrap around. So here's what we'll do. We're going to have two vars here. They're both going to be ints. And we have this thing, current ring index. This is one that we already have. So this might actually be a local one that we're going to use because we want to increment this locally. But then we have an external one. We've calculated that as ring index. So I think we're already golden. Ring index is the other one. Okay, so then on our local, we're going to use current ring index. And so we're going to take our current index and use that for the index in the ID. Now, I guess for our sake, can you please give me a moment? I'll be right back. I think there's something going on in the living room. Um, the other thing about my, I've been doing this for 5 years thing, and I should have had something done or whatever. Um, I have to remind I have to remind myself of everything that's happened in the last 3 years, because it's only really been the last year and a half that I've even dedicated any real time to doing this. Like, that wasn't every, twice or three times a week or whatever it was. Um, but like, you know, I mean, I wouldn't wish anyone, like, you're sitting in a hospital and you're waiting for a surgery that, it's a coin toss of whether or not somebody's going to make it. And you do that once and it's like, whoa, man, that really messed me up. And I got to kind of decompress from that. And then you do it twice and you're like, oh my God. Then you do it 3 times. And this is all in the past of 3 years. I'm trying to think. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jesus Christ. There were 6, 7. Holy shit. I can think of 7 operations that were like that were emergency and immediate, and we had to go through with my mom. And the craziest part is a lot of them had nothing to do with her cancer. Although, granted, her body's fighting it, and so, but Jesus Christ. So I gotta give myself a little bit of grace for that, and not feel so kind of shitty about it, because that's a lot in 3 years. And then you're raising kids and you're having to go to the hospital all the time, and you're sitting there and you don't know if they're going to come out and tell you, and then you're face to face with it. Sometimes, like 3 of the times, it was like literally we're finding out at that moment and having to make a decision within minutes, about like 2 paths to take. So, anyways, Slindy, how's it going, Jacob? So yeah, I got to feel a little bit better about my situations, as far as like, I haven't made anything of any lasting. And I guess if I was a different person and I had a different, like, focused mindset or something like that, maybe it would have been different during that time. But I am who I am. Okay, so we're gonna say, so I don't feel so bad about it. You can be like me and rewrite the same project 60 times. Slindy, I forget, is this the is this I'm trying to remember. Is this were you working on the XML thing? The way, oh, that's right. It's movie theater popcorn from our theater. It's super buttery, so I'm using chopsticks so I can keep programming. Huh. All right. So this is our current ring index. So we're just going to say, I'm just abbreviating the name here. All right. So we have our current ring index, and then we're going to loop around on that at the end after we've set it. And maybe that's why we don't want to do this. We're calling it last input index, but I don't think that's accurate. This is really the it's now synonymous with physics frame the way we're doing it. I don't think we need to send physics frame anymore. If we blast it consistently, we're still working on this this buffer thing, but we're almost there, dude. We'll keep the name the same for now. This is all fine. We'll keep it all. I know how I'm going to rewrite it though. Okay, so we're looping the current ring index. Getting buff. And then from our input packet, we're doing the same thing here. We have this ring index. So we calculated its value here. I guess the question is, does this number increment up? I don't know why I get so tripped up about the way that Godot references variables. Bouillon. How you doing, man? My name is Bouillon. I like to cook, and when I do, I put a bouillon cube in my stews when I'm making jambalaya. I cook it up real good, you know. I have friends and family over. You know, I cook up the bouillon cube. I've been good. How have you been? Every time, I don't get to raid you anymore because I have this rule about, you know, I need to have at least the same number of viewers, and I can't raid you anymore because you're like, you know, triple my view count. So I'm like, best Cajun accent on Twitch. Oh, it's awful. Bouillon. Well, shit. I think that means we can get rid of the physics frame. That means we can drop another. Holy shit. That's, if we do that, If we do that, that drops 8 times 20 bytes off. Really? Holy shit. So I think we can get this down to oh my God. I think we can get this down to 20 times 2, 40 bytes plus 8. We can get this shit, guys. We can get the last 20 inputs down to 48 bytes. And by that, I mean every input that is being pressed by the player that affects the gameplay. That needs to be simulated by the game server. Holy shit. I do use NeoVim, yeah. I'm on Arch, by the way. No, but seriously, I'm using Omarchy, and it has LazyVim preset and ready to go. So I'm using LazyVim, which is an NVim like config prefabricated configuration. So Arch is a tabbed windowing system. I'm trying to learn it, and now I notice it everywhere. Yeah, I mean, once you get to the motions and everything, I mean, there's people who really could whip around. A good suggestion came from Mud. There's a book that he recommended that's really good to read. The Vim itself has a manual that teaches you how to use it in the manual. So it teaches you the motions, and you navigate the manual by learning the motions. I bought that book that Mud recommended. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's definitely more versed at it than I am, but there's certain things that it's starting to click for me. I definitely am not using numbers for movement as much as I should. The Vim tutor, yeah. But then, so in Arch, which is it uses something called Hyperlin, which is a window manager. It's a tiled window manager, so like I can open up another, like I could open up YouTube here. Oh, please don't be my cops thing. Okay, it's not. Good. Usually my YouTube is I hate cops YouTube, so it's not right now. Oh, there's cakes. So yeah, we can open up YouTube here, and then we could open up something else. So like I could open up another browser window here, and it tiles it, so then you can navigate just with your keyboard, going to the different windows and stuff like that. And you have different workspaces, so you can I can shortcut over to I can move this window around to my other monitor here because it's in a different workspace, and I can move it over to workspace 3. Now this window is not tiled, so it's on top of it. Godot here. If I hit Windows T or Super Key T, it's tiled there. So there's like a lot of stuff you can do to manage Windows that's just from the keyboard. So once you're using Vim, you start to love motions and all that stuff, and then you get an operating system that lets you use the same concepts for your Windows, and suddenly you don't have to touch the keyboard nearly as much. Pricing for a Vim game. That's wild. No, this comes prefabbed with Chromium. But I need to go over to Firefox and get the ad blocking extensions installed and the spoofer for the what browser you are, so that YouTube doesn't punish you for using Firefox. Anyways, so we should be rolling on the ring buffer, our local one. So how about we do this just to confirm? Um, well, I've been using VI. It is snowing, Jacob. I've been using VI for years, but not to any like dedicated amount. And the reason for that is, I was responsible for web servers and things like that for a long time. So anytime I SSH into a Debian box, when you would go to edit something, you just use VI or to edit. And so like edit configs and whatnot like that. So I got used to just navigating with it. And it's not that big a deal. Like once I don't even remember. I know this hardcore programmer that I knew at an ISP I worked for that turned me on to it and made me understand it. That was years. That was 2000. Tech TV was still on the air. That's how I can catalog when that was. Tech TV was still on the air. There was no G4. Screensavers. Whenever that was. Oh, is it snowing here? I don't know. I don't think we have snow right now. I never mowed my backyard this entire year, Jacob. It looks like a fucking forest. I was supposed to do it before it snowed. Am I going to miss it? When I had a neighbor in my backyard make a comment about my about the yard, and I was like, all right, I'm not going to care anymore. If what I'm doing isn't enough for you, then I'm not doing anything. I'm sorry, but if you're gonna audibly complain to me about it, and in a really insulting way too. I was just like, okay, if you're gonna insult me about this too, I'm out. I'm not even gonna look. I got all the time in the world not to do this because I have other things I need to do. And if it's a backyard, yeah, for him it's like his front yard though. To him, at least. Like he goes to his backyard to relax and he sees my yard or whatever because we don't have any like closed in fencing. So whatever. It could rain this week, but there's no indication of snow. I can't stand that crap from neighbors. I've had them tell me where to park my cars, where to put the trash cans, all that kinds of stuff. And it's not like I'm a trashy neighbor either. It's not like I wasn't doing a bad job of keeping the yard up. I literally had a giant tree crash into our backyard and completely screw it up. I lost like and God, I keep forgetting about all these things that were happening that like really our roof. I forgot about a lot of shit. But anyways, it's like, yeah, I didn't do anything because I had a tree in my backyard. This giant tree fell and we were fighting the city because the city's like, oh, it's not our responsibility, but it was a tree that literally grew out of this creek. And it was there. We're not allowed to even touch anything in the creek. And then they're telling us, well, it's not our responsibility either. And so while we're fighting them on that, the tree is stuck in the backyard. I can't really do anything back there. And by the time it was all taken care of, it was winter and it was snowing. So I literally couldn't do anything to the yard. I couldn't clean it up. Anyways. Yeah, neighbors are wild, man. Why are we hopping around so much? That's not right. Okay, so maybe we do need to put it on the inside. So put it on the inside, see if that does it. Zero, 2, 4, 7. What? Oh. Bros. Ride or die with netcode, though, boys. I believe in myself. I believe in this. I know that this is how games do this stuff. I know why I don't want to use the defaults. And I understand more and more why games, if you're going to do multiplayer, you have to do it from the bottom up. You cannot take a game, make a game, and then say, okay, now I'm going to make it multiplayer. So we're creating the limitations of our game's design right out of the gate. Yeah, don't be like me. Well, you can. And admittedly, Unity and Godot do make it almost turnkey. But there is structurally, from a code perspective, where no matter how turnkey they make it, how you structured your code is going to punish you later if you slap it in. Yeah, turn-based makes it much easier. Yeah, in my case, real-time player inputs. Got to be a little careful. Rig, how's it going? Okay. So we need to have, there's the current ring index. I almost want to ask. ringtail. This is the head. So if we call it ring head, okay, that makes more sense actually. Then whenever we need to get head, we just use ring head. Shh. Ring head. Put a ring on it. Got it. If you want it, then you should have put a ring on it. Oh, 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 oh. So we have this thing called ring head. That's all we really care about for the ring index. But then we need to know inputs. We need a local input index. I'm becoming the guy who doesn't type index anymore. My God. This is ring head now. And then input index becomes what? It's a solo. It's just an integer. It's just so many lookups. This is another thing that we're going to be able to improve too, but we're not doing it just yet. That's the refactor once we know this works. We're not going to spend time factoring something that we don't know that it matters just yet. So then this is the wrap. Our current input index, is that accurate? Next input? New input? I think that's better. New input. That's our buffer size when we get our first one. So new input is a good name for it. Okay. So that's our local where, okay, we've got 20 inputs. Where does the next one go when we get a new one? Okay. So that's what that is. Okay. don't think we need to do this. Get rid of that. Okay. We're getting closer, boys. Almost there. But yeah, dudes. Yeah, dudes. We got this, dudes. I feel like once I do the Steam page for this thing, for the playtesting, because I'm not going to need a capsule or anything like that to any degree for the playtest, because it's all going to be a private page. But I think once I go through that process, I'll feel a lot more confident about, hey, maybe I can flip one of the other games that I've made that I just never kind of brought to the finish line. Yeah. And also, I think for me, for most of my life, I sought external validation for certain things, you know. Maybe all those, I don't know. I guess if wanting to get paid more for doing work that is worth more is external validation, then yes, I sought external validation. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. There's like this perfectionist problem too. Maybe. Not really though. It's like, oh, do I want to release a game that looks like shit? I guess I could. I think I think a lot of game designers convince themselves of their art style as like, this is my style. And it's like, well, I kind of know it looks like shit. I think very rarely do I actually see the honesty of that. I think the Vampire Survivors guy is pretty explicit about that. Like, it's a kind of it actually has to look jank. Like anytime I remember listening to an interview with him and he's like, anytime we add something new, we have to make sure that it looks kind of crappy. It can't look too good. It's got to be cohesive more than good. Yeah. That's kind of what the Vampire Survivors guy was talking about, where he's just like, we're kind of locked into this style. If we made it look better, people might actually respond negatively to that, and it might change the game, even though it's just a visual change. But there's the like, oh, I've got a bunch of different assets and I'm slapping them together from different things I've bought, and it's like nothing is cohesive. And the walls are super textured, but the floors are just one color. You know, the character animation is really accurate, but there's only like 6 animations that it can do. Stuff like that, you know. For prototyping, it's totally fine. But I think when you put that in front of somebody and say, hey, buy this, I think that turns into a different proposition. Yeah. Okay, so instead of using ring head, we use new input index. This is what we're working off of. Medusa! It's going to be a long one today too, Medusa. Same problem with my Steam page flow. I want to show a good variety, finished arenas, readable icons, and a lot of that stuff just isn't done. Yeah. How often, here's a question for you though, Jacob. When you use Steam, how often do you see Steam promote the same game to you again and again and again that you never wishlist? And if the answer is more than once, then I think you can start out with something that's not perfect and refine it. Because you might, the fear that I would have without kind of roughing it out and putting it out there is that you spend a bunch of money or something on something and the feedback is zilch. But I think that both approaches are totally valid. Um, but I don't know for the actual Steam page if it's as crucial, because it can be changed later as, say, the demo launch. But not often like the front page, right? Steam's always got to show something though, right? Oh yeah. I just mean from the I don't mean from the game perspective. I just mean from the people not really responding to the. Does Steam? Do you know if Steam gives you like stats on impressions and click through rate and stuff like that? Yeah. Well, I would say you know what's crazy, and this is amongst my peers. Is the number of game trailers that people put up where it is like it drags. I don't think people realize, unless you've done like anything with web, because you have seconds. You have like seconds to get someone's attention, and they never show gameplay. Yeah, if you're gonna start out by putting words on the screen, you've already screwed up. If the first thing you put is words and nothing else, it's like I'm instantly like, okay, I know exactly what this trailer is going to be like. A lot of trailers are made from the perspective of you already like this is what the game is, and people that are seeing it are like, what's the game? And they're still like, what's the game? But if you know what the game is and you're making the trailer in your mind, you're like, I'm expressing what the game is exactly. But for the viewer, they're like, I still don't know what this is. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah. And I think we need to be honest with ourselves, because we're the same way. You know, there's oh God, man. But it needs to get straight to the point. Like I feel like the rule, if you can't make it with the first shot being the game, then something's off. You know, unless it's the next, you know, Fallout or you know, I don't know. You know, if you can go company name and people are like, okay, I'm in. I'm going to watch this 5-minute trailer, even though it's real slow. And, you know, for that, people are like, yeah, I'm in. I'm going to keep watching. Mystery hooks as well. You should at least make clear what genre is like. Yeah. And unfortunately, some games just don't show well. And I think that's also part of game design is now, unfortunately, the reality of it is, you know, oh, my game takes place on a single screen and the camera never moves. It's like, ooh. Good luck with that. I don't know. And there's like very little action on the screen and stuff. Like, you know, your camera is dynamic, Jacob. You've got a lot of motion and stuff. That's why I'm like getting the crowd going, the visual effects, like you've got a lot of movement. But there are people that make games that are just like this. It's literally just like a single screen, like Bomberman, you know, like the old Bomberman games. That's what I'm talking about. Like showing like Bomberman. It's like, look, it's Bomberman. The camera never moves and you place bombs. And it's just like, oh, like, I don't think that cuts it nowadays. But, and but I will say, like, if people know a genre, local and split screen, yeah. There's a bomb and there's a man. I feel like if your game takes place on a single screen with not a lot of movement, then it should probably be a web game. Yeah. I think it's just, you know, tastes change. You know what it reminds me of? It's like early film. In early movies, there was multiple reasons why the camera never moved. But initially, they didn't even know that they could cut. Like, everything was single shots. They didn't know, oh, somebody's reaching for something. We could cut to a close up of that thing and then cut back, right? We could tell the audience something that the people in the frame don't know. Like you can move the camera, stuff like that is like, that's early film. But I actually, speaking of cuts, I think that's something that games don't make a lot of use of still, is cutting. And I think for a turn-based game like yours, Jacob, cutting the camera, you can cut the camera a lot. You could move that thing around like crazy and do all kinds of stuff with its movement and using cuts. But yeah, I think it's just like there's just there's new cinematic language. There's just like new language to games that it's the modern way, air quotes, and other things like you almost want to use it intentionally. Got to watch the billboard angle. Yeah. Yeah. There's been a lot of web games that, I mean, for instance, Vampire Survivors, if we're pointing back to that, was an itch game. It was an itch release initially. It was a web build. I mean, the thing is programmed in JavaScript still, with a C transpiled to C, or whatever you want to call that, for the console releases and stuff. So the main code is still in JavaScript. Planning on having my game on my website, but I feel like it has to be on Steam. It's interesting. But yeah, unfortunately, some games just don't show well, and they could be great games. And so that's where I think the demo is really important, is to have something for people to play. All right, so now we're correct on our current ring. We've learned something about modulus too. I feel like the web problem is the same, or if not worse than mobile, where you just got to pump it with app purchases and ads. Yeah, subscription model for web-based games. There's places that you subscribe a monthly amount and there's millions of web games to play in it, and it's basically whoever's web game gets the most eyeballs wins. The pooled subscription amount of money it's spread out, you know. But I'm dubious of that stuff because it's so ready for fraud from the person who's quote unquote paying you. Where with Steam, that'd be a lot harder to pull off from Steam side. Valve being like, oh, we're gonna say they got this many sales, but really they only got this many, and we're gonna keep that money. But I think for those subscription model web service game thingies, that they're probably at the better end of the deal, and there's probably a lot of kind of laundering of sales and stuff, where they're taking a bigger cut than what's really going on. It's like Spotify level of pay. Where they give you 1 cent per play. Yeah. I mean, if you have cross save, across web and Steam, so if people don't want to, they want to play on their device, the computer, and not be on the website. Okay, so we have the current ring is now correct. I'm all about like web demos though. Easy access to demo is amazing. Yeah, 100%. That's what flipped in my head when I was rethinking my streaming situation at the beginning of this year, and here we are at the end of this year. Oh man. I'm returning to it though with this. The idea here is to get it so I can just say, hey, here's a key to playtest. Just download it on Steam. Which I feel like is a more direct to wishlist translation eventually. But dude, Fantasy Life, I think it's almost at 2 million cells at this point. I fucking knew it. I was like, there's an appetite for this. People would love this. There's a million of these styles of games, but Fantasy Life is a very specific kind of very ADHD version of it. And I'm like, this totally has an audience. It's funny because I've been flipping back and forth between thinking that Steam demo is more valuable, but at first I was just going to have it on web. Yeah, I think the Steam demo, I mean, you can look at it, the way that I'm understanding it is you have your demo launch. You can treat that as its own thing, right? It's very important. Demo launch, very important. And then also you only get one shot to be inside of one of the Steam Nexts, right? So that would be the next really important thing. So do your demo far before you do your Steam Next. Get feedback on the demo, get it right, and then do Steam Next. This is my understanding of the current like meta. Fix all your demo bugs and everything like that, polish it up so super tight, and then do the next. And then hopefully that's when you start to get some wish lists. Right. Yeah. Right, yeah, web definitely does. So then we have the input packets here. This is our actual ring index on the input packets. So this is where we are. So this brings us around. This is ring index. This is really the head. So this is input ring head. Or is it the tail? This is the tail. So this is the oldest inputs, the quote unquote. So this puts us at the tail. So we don't want the tail. We want to be, we have difference here. We want to be at, from the tail, or from the head, we want to be head minus difference. And that would get us at the inputs we don't have yet. So we want this to be the head. Okay, thinking about a ring buffer with the terms head and tail really helps. So it's like an Ouroboros. Ride or cry. Ken, how's it going? Yeah, for playtesting, web is so good. I mean, Jacob, I've tested Jacob's game I think 3 times now, and just being able to load it up, and get in there. The only thing is the escape button. Damn escape button. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. It's Lazy Vim. Medusa. I looked at my Twitch recap. This is my most viewed clip. All right, let's see what this is about. Uh-oh. It's got me in it. I can tell from the URL. Should I put it on the screen? I'm scared. Mike Oxlong. Huh? Very nice. That feels like an audio clip we could use. Mike Oxlong. Huh?
Huh?
All right. I gotta get something for my wife here. Give me a moment here, boys. I have to find something from my drives. $149 hours watched. 1,840 chats sent. Jesus. My God. Almost killed the stream there, boys. I might have a problem. 612 hours. Oh my God. Oh, look at those points. Holy shit. You're going to get like 6 copies of the game. Let me see.
Oh, that's cool.
Jotson with the raid.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Do a shout out to Jotson. Jotson working on mailroom. Johnson, it's almost like nothing's changed since I last saw you. Just about. Welcome in, Raiders. Appreciate it. I hope you're doing good, everybody. But we're making progress, guys. So what I'm working on, let me explain what I'm working on right now. By the way, everyone comes in and I'm just dead silent. We're working on some netcode stuff. We're not using Godot's built-in multiplayer. So here's what we're trying to do. So we're not using Godot's built-in multiplayer spawner and the multiplayer synchronizer, whatever it's called. I forget. I've done that already, and it works. It's pretty much plug and play, but there are some issues with there's basically no hiding latency with it or anything like that. So what we're trying to move over to is a system of we're sending just the player inputs from the client to the server. The server simulates those player inputs on its side the exact same way that in order that they were pressed on the client side. And we then send the server simulation state to all clients, and all clients update their states there. We have, yeah, so that's basically what we're working on, but there's a lot more to it than that. I've spent the last few weeks just fixing things to get it working again after the demo refactor. Oh, I totally get that. And I've got to refactor all this code once I've got it working. So what we're doing is we're sending it through something called a ring buffer. We have the last 20 inputs from the client constantly being sent to the server, okay? The last 20 inputs constantly being sent to the server. They're being sent unordered, unreliable packets, all right? So some are going to come out of order, some are never going to make it. But with the last 20 inputs and doing it that way, we can reconstruct all the inputs. So long as we get one of those last 20, we'll be able to reconstruct the player's inputs. And it's actually extremely, it's crazy how reliable it seems, because right now we're simulating packet loss and timeout and stuff like that, and it seems to work pretty good. But in practice, who knows? We'll be able to change some things about that if we need to. So we get those last 20 inputs. We're getting a buffer of inputs because on the server side, we need some amount of time guaranteed that when we're simulating everything, that we continue to simulate it in the exact timing that was pressed by the client. Okay. So the server inputs to server, not position to server. Okay. So that prevents a lot of kind of cheating, basically, that could happen if you're just saying, hey, here's where my position is. Right? Because now if you hack the client side, you could just say, well, I'm way over here now or whatever. But that's not really why we're doing it. The reason why we're doing it is because we can simulate the player's actions in real time immediately for the client, and the server will then do the same simulation and send that to the other clients. Okay. We're about almost a second of delay for everybody to see that. But for them, it should appear as if there's no latency or lag. Nameless Coder, how's it going? So anyways, we're just about to get that going. We're very close to getting that going. And we're kind of right at the end of this, like, really kind of, for me, mentally blah thing. But we've astonishingly, in my opinion, the last 20 inputs, because what we do is we take those inputs from the player, analog, position, all of that, and we compress it down into bytes, right? We only need 2 bytes. That's 16 bits. So with 16 bits, we can get 4 button presses, whether they're up or down. We can get 32 analog directions, and we can get, not counting no analog input, we can get 3 degrees of analog sensitivity. Okay. It shapes the design of the game. Network first, multiplayer first. This all shapes how the game is going to play. Oh, and also the camera orientation. So we send that across, and that comes across, the last 20 inputs will come across with only 48 bytes, which is like pretty cool. So get like sending 48 bytes, like like that is like one of them's going to make it, hopefully, right? And we're going to have to deal with if they don't come in or anything like that. So anyway, so we're blasting those out from the client, and the server every 250 milliseconds is sending, hey, here's the state of the world. Here's the state of the world. Here's the state of the world. And then we reconstruct that on the client side. In its presentation. So anyways, so we're with that whole buffer concept, we're in the middle of trying to get that done, where we take that and we put it into on our locally, we have a buffer that's 40 inputs, not 20, and it's just to be safe. But basically, we are constantly going, okay, what are the next inputs that we're still going to process? And sometimes we'll get them in, we'll get the very next one immediately. Or sometimes it's like, oh, it's been eight inputs. So here's the 8 new inputs that you need to add to your local buffer that you're replaying everything out on the server, okay? So hopefully this is making sense. So this counts inputs that are null. So no inputs as well. Meaning every 60th of a second, we go, okay, what are the inputs? Send those. What are the inputs? Send those. What are the inputs? Send those. For the last 20 inputs, historically. The problem is that after we do this, the problem that I'm going to be running into here today is that Godot's physics is not deterministic, meaning from a networking perspective, if I'm just replaying the inputs on both the client and the server side, we're going to end up with 2 different results every time. So we're still technically out of sync. And I have 2 possible solutions that I can roughly explain what I'm possibly going to do. One is that we always, on the server simulation side, on the client side, we have a much larger buffer besides the buffer we're sending to the server of the last 20 inputs. And with that longer buffer, with a longer tail, when the server says, here's the state of the world, it says, hey, by the way, you, specific client, when I got this state, I had processed this input from you. And when we do that, we go, okay, since you've processed from that input, I know where I was at that input, where I thought I was, and we just check, are we the same positionally, right? And if the answer is no, then we go back and we really quickly resimulate all the button presses that we had made up until our current position right now. If we replay all of our inputs from that moment in time to reconstruct where our position should be based off of the offset that we ended up getting from the server, or we just constantly do that. And maybe it's fine if we do it that way. Another possibility is to create a more deterministic result from the Godot physics engine, which is what I think I'm going to do, which is that we only use physics both on the client and the server to detect collisions. So if we're pressing an input to do something, move forward or whatever, when it receives that input, both the client and the server process it exactly the same, which is to say that it goes, hey, if I do go forward, am I going to hit something or not? And if the answer is no, then we do the process of moving forward. If it isn't, then we don't. And then if we do, what we do is we have a secret whole number coordinate system that is the current player's position based on a whole number. And we secretly use that math to actually do the movement. So then what we do is we tween the movement using our whole number coordinates scaled down to the world coordinates, right? And then we tween that movement so that it's actually like locked in place, and it's like a guaranteed result. And then if we do it that way, I think we'll be able to be in this sort of locked system where the numbers are the same. And even if our steps are slightly off every time, it doesn't matter because it's the whole number that we're using to translate that movement from that is the important thing. So if we just use physics to determine if there is a collision or not, if we continue to move in a direction, then we can determine where to snap things at when we actually move, which we don't use physics for. We simply use physics for detecting collisions and nothing else. So with Godot, you can say, hey, if I did do this physics thing, will I collide with something or not? So that's another possibility with that. Jacob says, if you don't use physics body, does that fix it? No, there's nameless coder. How's it going? I don't have anything to show right now, really. But I can show you. I mean, I can show you the last networked game that I worked on, and this was using. I'll really quick. This is my pitch for my stuff, and like trust me, if you watch me for long enough, you're gonna see something happening. Give me a moment. To go to my channel here, and I think it's on clips. To go to my channel. Ooh, we don't want to hear myself right now. Damn, I sound smooth, silky smooth. You're listening to NPR. In a small, quiet town, a father struggles to put food on the table. Sorry, just doing my NPR. Clip. I think it's a highlight. Let me see. Let's go back. Here we go. So this was some netcode that we did a long time ago. Oh God, is it gonna play? Oh, sweet Moses. Please play. Come on. Jesus Marimba. It's not going to let me play it. What if I change the quality? Anyways, we're going to get there. I promise you. I can watch it later. Here, let me throw the thing in. Bloop. There you go. So that was using a WebSocket server that I had coded. The WebSocket server was in Godot. And it was a web-based game. You could go to a website and just load it up, connect to the same lobby as someone else. Everyone would ready up. It would connect you via WebRTC and create a peer-to-peer connection between the server and the clients. And then you just went and you played, and it was cool. And it was a really kind of sweet little thing there. I won't get into the details of why I stopped it. It wasn't a technical thing, and it wasn't anything like that. But let's just say that I'm not coming back to that one, but we're going to continue on. So what we're working on, yeah, that's great. I'm glad it worked for you, Nameless. I'm so happy for you. I'm kidding. Let me check my, I have an ad blocker on the router level, and I'm wondering if it's blocking. It's just a DNS. Just blocks on the DNS. I'm wondering if it screwed something up. Let's see. DNS report. Let me just do a search for Twitch and see if there's some domain from Twitch that is blocking. No, nothing from Twitch. There might be an abbreviation somewhere. I don't see anything. I don't know. It might be, maybe I have an ad blocker running on, no, I don't have an ad blocker. I don't know. Who knows? Could just be any number of things. Okay. So the game itself, if you've heard of Fantasy Life, it's going to be a life sim game. It's in the vein of Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life, you have multiple, they call them lives that you can do. There's crafting lives. There's collecting resource mining lives, basically, where you can mine for resources or collect them like a woodcutter or miner. And then there's crafting is like tailor, which is like for gear, like making gear. There's blacksmithing, which makes weapons and things for gear and so on, and they all feed into each other like Pokemon. Like a star chart nonsense, like astrology or something, right? All of the systems sort of feed into each other in different ways, and then you have like a bunch of combat roles as well. And so it's not really an RPG, but it's got RPG elements to it. And it's not really like any one particular thing, but all of these roles sort of interact with each other, and they all have these little tiny game loops that all sort of feed into each other like a Venn diagram, and it becomes this constant, oh, I could do this. Like anytime something starts to feel stale in it, you're just like, oh, I'll start working on this, or I'll start doing that, and that'll get me closer to this other thing. So it has this kind of, I hate to put it this way, but it has a very ADHD, taps into a compulsion. It's got a compulsion loop in it. Alts that trade with each other. Yeah, it's a bit like that. And then there's the multiplayer aspect of it, where you're going out and doing these things together, and then you have the net benefit of, hey, we're all this level. We can tackle even harder things together than we could if we were alone. And then all of this is hopefully, if we can start building assets properly, will take place in the world of Oz. So that's the rough pitch. You get whisked away like Dorothy, land in Oz, take on different roles and jobs, slowly become more powerful, and eventually become, you start to develop your own realm and stuff. It's a level 5 game. If you've ever played Dark Cloud, it has aspects of that, like Fantasy Life is. But we're not going to just like clone it, you know. There's things about it I can't stand that I'm not going to include. That's a cool one. Tornado. I didn't know there was a tornado emoji. Okay, so here's where we're at. We have a ring index that we get from do we already have it? It's already called ring head, so we need this to be called input ring head. Shukin! Okay, so what we were talking about is, what we want to do is we get this ring buffer from our client. We know the difference of the first part, the header of the ring buffer that we send. There's a header in the packet that includes the inputs index, which tells us what tick it was on. Every 60th of a frame, it increments by 1. So by knowing that index, we can get the difference between the last one that we had gotten and where we're at right now with the one we're getting from the client. That's the difference. So then we have our local input buffer, where we want to now append those new inputs, but just the new ones. We don't have to iterate through all of them, right? So what we do is we're going to take that difference, and then we're going to grab the new inputs just on that difference and put those at the end of at the current point of where we know that we have new inputs from, if that makes sense. So so we have this difference number. So if we have the tail end, what we want to get is the tail. So input ring head, no, it's the head. We want to get the head, and we're going to go back a certain amount. So if the ring index is an Ouroboros, it looks like this is what we're doing. If the ring buffer, if you think of it like an Ouroboros, then and I'm saying this to kind of rubber duck it, because this is all, for me, it's new. But if you think of an array as just a flat list of elements, right? So imagine these are the array of our inputs here. We're constructing them conceptually as a circle, where there's a head and a tail, just like the Ouroboros, right? So it's a ring that goes around itself. So we have the head index, some number, and then we have the tail index, which is some number. Okay. And the stalest data is at the end of it here, and the newest data is at the head. Okay. And then the index is constantly being replaced at the head. So the head moves forward and replaces the value here, you know, with whatever. And then it just continues around like that. But in reality, it's really just a flat array. But it lets us cycle through data without resizing the array and reconstructing it. The reason why we're doing that is because we're using Godot's packed byte array system, and it's easier just to insert new values into it than to constantly create a new one and change it and create a new one and change it and so on. Okay, so if we have the head value, which we're not calculating it correctly right here. So we have the last input index. We know what that is. And if we add, it's really the last input index puts us at the tail. If we add the complete size of the buffer to that, that's going to be wrong, because that's just going to put us at, if we're wrapping around, I believe that's going to put us at the same point. But let's see really quick. Ring, tail, ring, head. If these numbers are the same, then yeah, it's wrapping it around completely. We don't want to get an off by 1 on this. So, so this value here, the actual index, is would it be? See, I'm not sure. Okay, so this should be like that. We're going to comment these out. And let's roll it. Okay, so we're out of bounds because we're not wrapping yet. Ring tail, ring head. I am confused. Why is this so big? The input buffer size should only be 10. Or 20, I mean. Why are we getting a number that's 200? Zero, 1, 7. That's the offsets. Is it only doing it to the... I think it's... That's our problem. Needs to be in parentheses. Start and connect. Okay, that looks like real numbers. It's identical, like I suspected. Okay, so it needs to be the buffer size minus 1. Let's confirm. Okay. There we go. So now we have our proper offset, 0. So 19 is the highest possible number. Okay. Good. All we need is the head, so we're going to get rid of that. So input ring head. Okay, so now if we go back here, now we can cycle through. Okay, so we have the ring head. So now we subtract this number by our difference. And that puts us at the offset. Input offset, let's call it. And so we take the number that we got. Oh, but we have to wrap. You know what's crazy is we have to wrap this too. Because the offset might start at a, because we're subtracting, if our first value for the input ring head is 0, we need to, well, but that shouldn't even be, technically that shouldn't be possible. Because as our difference changes, I don't think we have to worry about that, but I might want to might want to add a catch here in case I'm wrong. I think okay, well, no, it still has to wrap around because we're a ringed buffer. Yeah, we still have to wrap around. Okay, so what we do is we say input ring head. And actually, we could probably just call this offset. We're doing the math for the ring head. Minus the difference. So we don't have to do this math twice. But we would say minus difference, modulus. And we say in the input buffer size. Is it modulus? I say mod. Mod. Okay, so now we have an input ring. We have an input offset and an input head ring. So just to check our values here to make sure we are kind of being rational, what we're going to say is we're going to print the diff %s, and then we're going to say ring head %s moodles muggles offset %s, and then we go % difference input ring head and input offset. Okay, and then we'll say here 3GCC. Oh no, we don't want to include that. 3GCC. There we go. Okay, let's roll it again. And it crashes on 40 because we go past the size of the array, but I know why that's happening, and it's kind of nice that it just stops because, but we'll fix that here in a moment. So the difference is 8. The head of the ring is 3, or is 11. So 11 minus 8, offset is 3. Okay, but let's find one that gets us into, yeah, so offset -2. That is problematic. And is that because it can't be a whole number? Or I can't, do I have to end up using wrap on this? How does that work with negative numbers? Let me put, oh, we didn't wrap it. We didn't wrap it. We have to put it in parentheses because it acts differently. The modulus is only on the very left number, or the number on its left. Here we go. Still a negative. Son of a biscuits. Difference is -1. Ring head is at 0. So yeah, that would put us back at the back. That's correct. But we don't want it to be -1. We want it to be 19. So maybe we do need to use wrap. But if it was, because we're using 20 as the input buffer, so 20 plus -1 makes 19. And the difference here is so in the request, a byte array buffer is already instantiated within the network protocol, right? So are you doing like a ring buffer append event body size %? So we're sending, and we don't need to do this. This is where I realized I can chop off 8 bytes for every input, which got us down to the 40 bytes for all 20 inputs. We're still sending it in the same structure that we created it on the client side. As long as we know, and this is where I had the realization I didn't need to include the exact same, I didn't need to include, and this is what Doddle was talking about that I just couldn't, Dandy McGee was talking about that I couldn't put together initially, which is that you don't need to include every single index of the tick that this was all on. So if I just include the tick that we were at when we sent the buffer, I can then reconstruct the indices with the exact same math I used on the other end, locally on the server. So I don't need to send those bytes. They're already there just by sending the index that we were at when we sent those inputs. So I can reconstruct the ring index just with that information. So with one 8 bit value, I can do that instead of sending a byte every single input on top of whatever the input bytes say about what the input was, if that makes any sense. But I have to, so what I'm doing is I have to reconstruct that on the other end, and I have to only grab the new inputs that we need by going, okay, what's the difference of the inputs, the new inputs, what is the total new inputs that we're getting? And then we're going to go along from the head to the backwards of those inputs from the ring buffer that we got, and only grabbing those and only appending those to wherever our current ring buffer is of inputs. And once we have that going, we're just going around like this, and our inputs are always a little bit off from the client's inputs like this. So it's like we're like, what do they call we're like a binary star system. Is binary? What is it called when you have two stars that are share the same rotation? I'm sure there's a name for that. But they're on opposite ends around it's like a theoretical thing in physics. It could be 3 bodies, but anyways, so those we're constantly locally traveling around our own internal ring buffer that's a little bit larger than the buffer that we get from the client because we always are going to be appending. It really should only be +1, I think, but I'm doing 40 just to be safe. And then once I understand that better, we'll be okay. It doesn't matter if it's a bit larger than it needs to be because of how it works. Because we're always only processing a certain amount anyways. It might not even need to be bigger, frankly, but I'm doing it this way just to be safe. So anyway, so now we have, okay, we're not quite there yet, even with our parentheses. So I think we need to use wrap. Because I can't just say, oh, I can't say absolute on this, right? I can't ABS this because I need it to be, if it's -1, I need it to be 19, not 1. Is there a way? What if I added, no, if the head is at 0. If I move difference over to the left and subtracted, and the difference was 4, and we subtracted 0 from it, we'd be at the wrong spot. But would that work if so if we are ring head 16 and we subtract, that puts us at -15. And we absolute that. That puts us at 15. What about this when we get -3? So in this case, it would be 3. No. So we've got to wrap it. Okay. So in that case, wrap I, and then that's the math. And we go 0, input buffer size -1. And that should be the right wrap. Wait, is wrap inclusive or exclusive? I don't even know. I might not need that -1. It looks like it's inclusive, so we want just the buffer size. All right. That's it. So that's the correct value. So now we know where on the input to grab. So G So we're going to grab from input offset. This might be it. Okay. But then we need to calculate offset again, because we're constantly going to be going around. And let's go ahead and print okay. Okay, so difference index starts with 0, and if it's 3, if our difference is 3, we go from 0, 1, 2. Okay. So if we say input offset plus difference index, we still need to wrap it, because again, it's possible that we end up, or do we? No, because we're always coming off the head. So as we count back up, we should never get past our, so like for instance, our offset is 8, so we go 8 plus 0, 9, 10. And is offset 8 even correct? Because we're doing 3, 8, 9, 10. If the head is 11, we should be getting to 11 back from our offset. 8, 9, 10. So what are we doing wrong with the difference on offset then? Difference. Difference is 3. And that's simply because our index starts out at offset 9, 10, and then we get to 11. Difference is 3. We're calculating difference from our last input index minus. So the last input index is exactly where the head is. And this is ring head. Ring head. And then we go back to 0. So that's right. Difference minus. Why is that wrong? 11. We have a difference of 3. So that's 1, 2, 3. So we need to go 2 back from our head, because our head counts as 1. So it's not, the difference is, so we still need it to be 3. Okay, this is weird. It's the offset that needs to be a little bit different than the difference. The difference still needs to be that we count 3, but in the offset, we need to end up at the head. So if we use a difference of 3 to do it, it's wrong. We want difference minus. So if so for instance, if the difference was 1, let's see what happens when it does the difference is 1.
I can't believe you've done this.
Henry Edwardson, thank you for the follow. So let's look at it when it's 1. The difference of 1 here offset. So if we just think that we count up, it's fine because that's the last one. So in our case, if we're using offset to find the value, it is wrong because we're looking at the wrong. So it is difference plus 1. And that's the correct offset. So then, does that work? Let's look at it. We're almost there. Seems right. Okay. So if it's input offset plus difference index, and let's for our saying of this, we'll just say diff idx. Of course, I'm going to do all this and then we'll see. This could be hilarious. Something could be hilariously wrong with it. We know the first 20 are going to work fine, but this appending thing, we're about to find out if this is. So input offset plus diff idx. Okay, so there's one last thing we have to solve with this, which is we're not wrapping the, well, we'll see. It's still going to crash at 40. Yo, on my birthday will be my 3rd year following Mr. Cricket. Nice. I saw those stats, Red. At about an index 20. So we do need to wrap it. I was worried about that. Let's see when this happens. So offset of 19. Difference of 3. Zero. So we do need to wrap it. So offset needs to do this wrap. Now, we don't have to use wrap to do this anymore because we know we're not going to deal with a negative number. So we can use modulus. But input offset does need to change its value at the end here. So instead of adding difference index at the beginning, we do it once here. And we say it is.
You okay, guys?
And we do it at the beginning. Sorry. And this needs to be wrapped. Input offset +1. Or we can say plus diff. No, it just needs to be +1%. Or yeah. Input offset. Okay. +1. Do we even need the index number? We just need the count, so this could be in a while statement. Ring head. Okay, so 40. So we're not wrapping. Redstone's 3 years, 6 months. Jeez. I'm doing good. How are you doing, Red? We don't want to use ring head. We want to use new input index. Almost there. Just finished world saving for survival. Carbrick survival mode. What? What is food? Is it gas? What is food in the Carbrick's world? What are the enemies? What does survival mean in Carbricks? What? You will see, young cricket. Excellent. So we still die at 40. It's rolling. I guess the question is it working? Doesn't look like it. Not yet. Okay, let's keep going. But why do we need... These are 40 wide, which puts them at 39. Right. That's why we can't use 40. So that works. But eventually we get off. Right. It doesn't keep up. Okay, so we're overwriting the wrong points. Most likely. Or something about the way that we're looping around this is not quite right. All right, I'm going to use the restroom and I'll be right back. We're going to solve this now, and we're almost there. We're so close. right, guys. I'll be back in just a second. I'm making lunch now too, so it'll be a second.
Oh, that's cool.
Cool?
Yeah, cool.
You think it's cool?
It's cool.
It's not cool. Huh?
Get ready for the ride of your life.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
You okay, guys?
What the dog doing?
Just be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
Nathir?
Fartality.
Raid? What? I'm not here. What happened? There's no way I got raid. M raids me. M raids me. I'm getting a burrito going. And M raids me. How you doing, M? Welcome in, everybody. Sid, what's up? Roger, what's up? All right. I got this breakfast burrito that I reheated. It was one of our little food prep meals. It's scorching hot now. And now I feel pressure to perform. So much pressure. Welcome in, everybody. We're so close. I was making food on stream too. Nice. I heard I stopped by Lana's stream and she was talking about meal prepping. Did that inspire you? Oh, in Blender. Nice. I have to run and get the kiddo from the bus. All right, cool. See ya. And now you guys come here and I'm eating. Very nice. This is a Disneyland mug. What is it from? It's from Disneyland Japan. So I don't know the year. It doesn't have a year on it. But I guess we can figure out a range because of when Disneyland Japan came into existence, right? Oops, wrong mug. I have two mugs right now. I've got one with tea. Okay. So where we're at right now, guys, for you joining us, is we're doing some netcode. And we're almost to the point where we're replicating inputs from a stream of them. Now we're sending an array, or we're sending a buffer of 20 of the last 20 inputs. And then on the server side, once we have at least 20 inputs, which happens automatically the first time we receive a packet, technically, right? We then begin to replay those inputs back. Oh, I know what's not happening. I think I know. Because we're using physics frame. Okay, I think I know what's going on. All right. Ring head. So we're using the ring head. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. My wife and daughter watched Wicked yesterday. I watched an anime, a film last night. I don't know when it's from. But it's called Yonkers Come Home. And I was like, oh. That sounds cute. And then it was incredibly sad. I'm really selling the burrito right now, aren't I? It was about a little girl who her parents were both like workaholics and never home. And they were like clearly separating. Never heard the term Yonkers outside of Tyler, the Creator. So Yonkers was the name of her dog, and he could talk only to her. Well, that's not true. He chose only to talk to her. And her parents are like splitting up, and they're going through a divorce, and they're talking about it to her in a very clinical way. And she puts up a strong front, but really it's like destroying her. And she's 6 or something like that. But it was a good movie. A little sad. There's like a magical twist where he can grant her wishes. 3 wishes. Yeah, a lot of melancholy, a lot of reflection on like the children not understanding adult problems and how those adult problems can affect children. And all right. It was an interesting film. Nathir with a 3-stream streak. Streaming all over our faces. Okay. So we are using the physics frame. We calculate the physics offset once. And then we have physics frame. And we use that for the offset. So what we need to do is constantly include physics frame. I thought, oh, maybe we are. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, well, let's print out physics frame.
You okay, guys?
Your mom's okay. Now, this number should just always go up when we print it out. Should go up incrementally. And if it doesn't, then we know something is wrong about how we're getting it. Okay. Let's see what we get. We jump forward by 20. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tacos, yummy, delicious tacos. I love them all. I want to eat lots of tacos. Physics size is 1. Oh. Chicken! Chicken! All right. Let's see. See how a true gamer sneezes, guys. Two two eight, and then we get to 241. All right, so something's off with our number here, boys. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's check your physics frame 0. Should be off by like 40 now. Brah. I saved this. Brah. It's fine. There's no error. Error. I return from the frigid lands. Yeah, we have no snow here. So it's no snow. We haven't had much of anything lately, brah. Brah. Boom, 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 boom. Physics frame 209. It just turned the snow particles on. by tin. Let's call this new physics frame. Get rid of that. Physics frame 129. New physics frame 129. Muy interesante. Looks like we got an off by one error, boys. I want tacos. You know, it occurs to me, so last input index, we should have a couple of skips here. We should have about 19 of them. So when we first connect, there should be 19 skips. And alas, there are none. Oh, but that's fine. Okay, that's fine. No, we're good there. Okay. Oh, we're so close to this. Oh, dude, I made chorizo and potato tacos last night. Fresh avocado, cilantro, onions. Ooh. You reminded me I have leftovers I'm going to eat for lunch. Ah, man. Muy interesante. I don't know how you say it with a Japanese anime voice. Muy interesante? Huh? Something like that. Dude, you know what I want? I want a Coke and a bag of Flamin' Hot Cheetos. There is something about Flaming Hot Cheetos and Coke together that is just like, not a Diet Coke either. It has to be, because usually I'm a diet soda person, but not a diet one, but just Coke and Flaming Hot Cheetos. That's an experience right there. Everyone should experience that. Muy interesante. A little slower and deeper sorrow. I'm being coached. Oh, God. All right. God, we're so close. Okay, so we're getting closer to the problem. So the problem right now is our buffer is overwriting itself, I think, is what's going on. We're overwriting at the wrong position, essentially. Here's what we'll do. We're going to iterate on our first physics frames here. It's really disturbing the voice recognition that Alexa has for little children. Okay, so we're going to unwrap all of the first physics frames to see what number we end at. There should be some zeros. I better see some zeros in here. Yes. Okay, so the first 20 are filled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then there should be 40 total. Yeah. Okay. So 40 total. So we should be at 29 should be the next one. Whoa, look at this. We're out of order on our own side. Huh? Oh! Bro, what is this? Oh, because we're a ring buffer. Of course, bro. Hang on a second. We're getting there. So, so it's wrapping around, which is what it should do. 68, 69. So this is the head and this is the tail of the ring buffer. Okay, Todd, what's up? Zeros in chat, boys. Okay. So we are not kickstarting on the right part of our ring buffer. Or are we? Let's find out. We're getting there. Everything is in place. It's just we're just off in our lovely world of arrays and incrementing and all that stuff. So once we get this fixed, we should be able to see this in real action. Hot player action. Ring index is 80. Oh, well, that's bullshit too. we don't use this way. How is this being used? We're not even using this. Gadzooks! Okay. So we have ring head. Oh. Oh. So our initial construction. Hey. Oh. In theory, we're never going to get. Let's see, we can be slightly off about this. We don't need ring index. Can get rid of that. I'm going to commit where I'm at just in case I lose power or something. Because you never know, guys. I don't know why the UID changed. That's weird. Look at these commits. More work towards the buffer. More work towards our input buffer. More work towards input rings. Working towards ring buffer. Just on and on and on. More work towards buffer. This is when you don't have to commit code for a team. This is what your comments look like. Okay. Todd, how you doing? Let me do a shout out to Redstone. I got to do a shout out to a few people here. Redstone for Trace D. If I could spell Redstone right, that would also help. Better than my continuing rolling a pin. Beefy buffers for the beefy bogs. See, my comments are worthless because I don't even know what I'm learning about all this stuff as I'm doing it. So like I don't even know what to call stuff and everything. So even if I started naming things in my own code commits, it wouldn't make any sense in the future because I'll understand more about what to call everything and what it is and all this stuff later. So I don't know if you know what I mean, but when you're learning something new like this, it ends up being like sometimes you just don't even know. You don't know what you don't know as you're learning. Okay. But this physics, this physics frame count, we don't really need. Okay. So here's the problem right now. When we get, we're stuffing the array that we get. We're stuffing the array that we get into, hey, play these inputs back, but it's a ring buffer. So sometimes the beginning of it is in the middle. Or yeah, you know, it's somewhere, it's not always at the start. So it could be near the very end or whatever. So what we have to do is when we initially kick this whole thing off, we have to get our offsets. And then when we append to our initial array, we have to make sure that we're slicing from the tail to the head. We're reconstructing it in that order into an array that's now ordered, where we're not having to refer to an index because our private array, our own ring buffer that we're then appending this into, or we're inserting these into, has its own index that it needs to trust is going to match all of this stuff. So that's all I have to do right now. Once we do that, we're getting closer to the truth. Fuck! So close. It's only noon. I've only been going for 3 hours. Damn it. This might only be able to end the stream with this stuff. Okay, so what we need to do then is we have to take in this calculation that we're doing for ring index. We actually end up doing the exact same thing here. So we're calling it ring index, last input index. So we get it from the input packet. The input packet tells us what this is. Now, does it need to be input plus 1? It might need to be, but that's only for insertion. So this is for reference. Ooh. Where did this come from?
Candy.
Kids don't like it?
Well, Odie doesn't like it. He was very dramatic, his response. And Gemma is freaked out by the texture and doesn't even want to try it.
I got some Butterfingers from leftover Halloween candy. My son apparently does not like it. All right, so let's print out the ring index now and make sure our calculation is correct. Normally, I'm not so reliant on print commands, but because this is like a stream of data, it's useful. Ring index starts out at 70. Okay. That's not what we want. That's for the right. We want to be we just need input index. It's a local to the quantifiable, like singular one singular sensation. Let's go like this. It needs to be between 0 and 19. That's based on the byte size. That other number, it's the bits. Whoa, it only did 1. That was weird. Okay, scroll back up. Ring index 3. Okay, so that means we should see a repeat 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that because we're starting with 0? Looks like it. 0, 1, 2, 3, bam. So this calculation is the head or the tail. No, the head. Most recent input. That is the most recent input starting from 0. Okay. So that means we need to take and slice the array. Got to slice it. Let's see. Chromium. Waddy-da-da-dee-da-da. Now I'm going to have some Butterfinger on the stream. Well, I know that the cycling and everything is working properly. We're just off. Oh. I don't know that I like Butterfingers anymore. They're so young right now that stealing their Halloween candy doesn't feel right. As they get older, though, but wife and I both know the ones they don't like, so we snatch those. I'm helping his teeth. So Butterfinger's basically supposed to be like peanut brittle, right? It has peanut in it. It's like chocolate-covered peanut brittle. Beefy Butterfingers buffers by the beef bogs and tastes like butt. Oh, man. The Second Baptist Church where we used to live. Woo! They'd sell this peanut brittle. Oh, my God. Made from real Jesus. Oh, God, it was so good. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, array. Godot docs array. Have you guys heard about Congress is fast tracking a nationwide age verification. It sounds like it's massively broad and has nothing to do with like dirty websites or anything. So we're looking up Slice. All about that tasty data. It's a lot of do nothing politics. Yeah, I was tough on XYZ, right? He's tough on crime. Vote. So and so. Tough on corporations. Let's all upload our IDs to all the companies. What could go wrong? Yeah, it's going to go great. It'll be fine, guys. It'll be fine. So the begin is at a 0 value, right? Yes. Excellent. So now we actually have the exact slice value from begin to end. Now what happens when the ring index would be 0? So if this shoved up, what happens if it's 0, 1, 2, 3, and it's the next one? So begin is an integer size. In our case, we have ring index is 3. We're wrapping on buffer size. So ring index plus 1 is our end range. We slice because we need a total size, right? Or is end the index as well? It's exclusive. Beginning is inclusive. I always get this mixed up. Begin is inclusive and end is exclusive. So they give an example here of a slice of 2, and we get 2 values. So it needs to be beginning at 0, ending at index plus 1. But what if it is 0? So if our ring index is 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's do this on dir first. Oh, man. But yeah, all of this is happening around a time when a lot of people are like, we as Congress need to get our act together. Oh, whoozy bursy burr. And then they're like, let's pass this bill no one asked for. See, we're working together. And it's just like, what is going on here, guys? So we all agree that the ID thing really helps a surveillance state, right? But if there's a monetary, like, who would lobby for this? Let's put on our thinking caps. Who would lobby for this? Who would this benefit? It benefits, in my mind, if I'm thinking about this, Facebook would lobby for this. Twitter, any major established social media site would push for this because they want to capture the market more, right? The more you make it hard for other companies to enter the space, the better it is for you. The ramifications they could care less about, I would imagine. It's beneficial to them to make entrance into the market of these sites harder for new folks. It's market capture. It's regulatory capture. I would suspect if you look into the interested parties in this, you'll be surprised to see that it's basically the companies that would be affected by it. So you have to ask, why would they lobby for their own regulation? And I think you'll find the answer is it benefits them in the market. If I had to guess, I don't know. Could look around and see. Because if it's costly to do it, it's enough to make it too costly for someone small to enter the space in. But economies of scale for them, it becomes cheap. Nymphis, how's it going? And then Facebook can be like, oh, if you use a Facebook login, it's already gone through the approval service of these necessary things. So make sure that your website uses our login and you won't have to worry about it. Something like that, right? I could see that. That seems like a most likely scenario. Of all the things for them to start to talk about right now, it seems very strange that it's that. But I'm less inclined to think that the spying apparatus of the United States government is so in it that they would somehow make this happen. You know what I mean? Anyways, back to work. How you doing, Nymphis? It's like they want me to move to the desert and build a bunker. Yeah. It's a bit, it's like it's not in the spirit of what made the internet explode into the popularity of what it is. And I'm okay. That's it. Regular life. It's just, I don't know what's worse. The awful bile of anonymous internet versus the awful bile of unanonymous internet. It's like, oh, everyone here has to present some sort of validation that they are who they say they are. And it's still just this awful place. I don't like that either. I don't know. It's weird. You know what I think part of it is? I think they got a taste of getting access to the chat logs of ChatGTP. And they're like, ooh. Maybe this is the other aspect of it. They're like, this tastes good. We can arrest people just for asking questions to an internet bot. I like this. Cat Pipes, how's it going? So we're going to slice. And I guess we start from 0. And we say, is it +1? It would be +1, but what if it's at 0? What if I'm trying to figure this out. 0 would be okay. That would be correct. But okay, so let's say though that the head is at the very end. We would get the number, instead of 0, we would get the number 19. So we would slice from 0 for 20 elements. I think that's right. So does slice, it returns an array, but it doesn't cut the arrays out. So reindex plus 1. So what we end up with. I think of starting over with my game. It's not really what I wanted. Kind of derailed from its original path, which makes me sad. In what way did it derail for you? Can you trace back when that started to happen? Was it based on feedback or something else? And then we shit the bed. Out of bounds index. What did we do wrong? Dir. Have we not set it yet? We haven't set it yet. We do it here. It would be out of bounds. We haven't even sized it. First off, it was supposed to be a mobile, idle, incremental, game-ish game. So we got 3 back. That is correct. So this is the tail. Or this is the head. And then what we do to get the tail is we begin at whatever the size of our... Okay, so that's the head. And to get the tail, it would be slice head. And then slice tail. And so then it would be reindex, because this is inclusive. We don't need the +1. And now we have to math the size, which would be ring index +1 minus the buffer size, right? Okay, let's see what we get up here.
Go to web.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Let me add this to my notes. Thanks for that resource. No, I got you. That's why I'm throwing in my notes. Okay. Let's size the slices instead of showing their results. Should be 1. Slice head is 11. Slice tail is 21. What? $21? What did I get wrong there? Oh, it's ring index. What if we did this? I don't know why that would matter, but should equal 20 total. Slice head, 17. Slice tail is 0. Well, that's not right. Ring index. Input buffer size minus ring index plus 1. Somehow we got 0 out of that. But we know, for instance, that we got 17. So the slice of the tail should be 3. And if we look here, yeah, 3 is where it wraps. So we're trying to get 3, but we're not getting 3. Now, I'm wondering, I wonder, does slice actually, is the doc's not accurate and slice does take that part of the elements of the array out? I doubt it. Slice tail is 0 again. This time it should have been 1. Yep, 1 right here. Let's check the size of the dir after we do all this. Maybe it actually does shrink it down. And if it does, then we get exactly what we need without having to do anything else. So let's see. Nope, it's 40. Okay. So we're mathing wrong here, boys. What are we doing wrong in math land? Slicing at ring index. Ring index is a beginning integer. It's the integer position. It is inclusive. And we're saying how many elements after that we want to take. So we take the buffer size. So what's wrong with this math? Let's look at the math. Just print that out. What is wrong with that math right there? Because that is simple. This is grade school math. And something's wrong. The MVP of the game would be pretty small. It did have a big scope. What does it become? A multiplayer life sim? Vex. Did have a big scope, but that was fine. It just derailed into a single-player offline idle PC web game instead of an online chat, player trading, high scores, guilds, and so on. How did you get there, though? That's the question maybe you should ask yourself. Like, how did it become that? Because I always wonder that about the stuff I work on. 0. Bruh. Ooh, Tetris IO break. Don't mind if I do. Do I have to log in? Tetrio. I always say Tetris IO for some reason. All right. For some reason, it's taking a while to load. Whilst it's doing that, let's continue to investigate. Why doth it be wrong, brother? It fits mini loops, brother. It do fit mini loop, brother. Is that what you guys know the cat video I'm talking about? It do fit mini loop, brother. Minus ring index. Almost ready for Tetris. Give me a second. It do fit mini loop, brother. It do fit mini loop, brother. Multiplayer. Custom game. Private room. Full screen this SOB. Copy the URL for my brothers and sisters. There you go. Please join me. I'm going to keep testing. Keep testing, 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 testing. What? Yeah. Come on. Yeah. 21? How's that possible, brother? It do fit mini loop, brother. Rig is here. Nathir.
Huh?
I've had it with your attitude.
Huh?
Johnson, Sorrow. Oh, man, this is going to be intense. Sorrow's here. Oh, my God. We're all doomed. Give up now. Here we go. Links in the chat if you want to join. It's a little loud. Let me turn the volume down. 10-minute Tetris break. I don't know that is the input going to work? No, the input's not working. Oh, God, I got to remember how do you bring it down? Rotate. Rotate. What's the other rotate, guys? Do you guys know the rotate? How do you put it away? How do you put it away? Shift?
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Oh, Lord. Christ! God bless America. Oh, sweet Jesus. Good God. Ah! I couldn't get the controls down. Sorrow wins.
Flawless victory.
All right, here we go again. What are the keys to this game? Dude, I don't even, I'm gonna, let me work it through with you. So, spacebar is to bring it down, shift is to cache the item, spacebar slams it down instantly. You can rotate with up, and then I think up and then there's control for the other direction. What? Why is it bringing it up? Dude, it was like I was cheating there. What was that about? Oh! Got knocked out instantly. Dude, I can't use my keyboard or my mouse on it right now. Is there a way to
Fatality.
how do I check the game? Like my controller stuff is busted. Back to the game. It's Rig versus Sorrow. Sorrow drowning in pieces, unheard of. Normally we don't see this kind of pressure under Sorrow. That's it. Rig has slammed Sorrow against the wall and wins the match. Excellent work, Rig. I despise that they don't have a side panel for controls. You got to go into the menu and check. Is there nothing I can do to, we'll do it again. It's that having to rotate so many times thing that's really doing me in. Because I can only rotate one way well. I don't know the other button to rotate. Like the keyboard placement is odd to me. But streamer blames controls, right? Clip it. Oh, fuck. Christ! Christ on a cracker! No! Gee, sweet Jesus! Damn it. Damn, I can't get the damn controllers to work. I need my controller inputs. Nice work, iRig. iRig? Why did I say that? Rig. iRig. Woo! That got the blood pressure going, man. That was a good one for everybody. All right, should we do one more? Let's do one more. Okay, what's the easy way to flip back or clockwise or counterclockwise? What are you guys doing? Fucking up. Are you guys for real right now? Oh! 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 Ah! Ah! No! No! Oh, sweet Jesus! Hold on, Cricket! We're gonna make it! No! 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 I can't move fast with the damn keyboard. It's Sorrow and Rig again, head to head. Battle of the Champions. The last match against each other, Rig had pulled ahead. It looks like Sorrow's got a cleaner board right now. Both maintaining good control under pressure. So, I didn't even know that was an option. Good game. Sorrow survives. All right. Can I fix my controls somewhere? Config. Controls. I don't think it's not seeing my it's not seeing my controller. I desperately needed to use a controller. Like, it sees both of them, but none of the inputs do anything. It's weird. I need to try another browser. Maybe that's the issue. There's a desktop client? How did I not know about this? What? What? Hang on a second. So I guess I could build it if I need to. Tetrio desktop, there it is. Well, I'll be. Maybe we'll have better luck this way. I'll throw that over here. I wanna be your lover. Da 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 dee, da da. Da 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 dee, da da. Z and X to rotate. Oh my god. And then shift. Oh man. That makes so much more sense. Okay, I might have a better chance next time. If I'm stuck with a keyboard. Ba da 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 dee, da da. Ba da 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 dee, da da. I wanna be your number. Slice tail. Size is wrong here, believe. Size is wrong here. Scrooby dooby dooby doo. Scrooby dooby dooby doo. Slice head is at 1. Boop. So we should really be slicing only 19. Our ring index is 0. So how come that didn't, why come you don't have tattoo? Why come? Ring index is 14 plus 7. Put this at. Slice head size. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Scrooby dooby dooby doo. Stay focused, Cricket. You know exactly what you're doing right now. Well, you don't know what you're doing in the sense that you're still trying to figure out this thing, but you know what you're trying to get to, and you know why you're trying to get to it. So stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. This comes in. We're too far along here. We need to be up here. Difference. Whoa, what happened here? Slice tail. Ring index plus 1. That's the size. Well, I don't understand why this is wrong. Okay, now we have something. Slice head and slice tail, we end up with 5. What? Is this our range? Because that would explain this. End. So it needs to be, okay, so it needs to be, it needs to be at the point where the index would end. But wouldn't that always be the, for the other end of this, this would always be the size of the buffer in that case. Because it's using, it's not, it's the end point, so it would be just the buffer size. Let's see if that's the case. So it would look like this instead. I think that's what we want. $16. Index is 15. The size here is 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. So we should be 4, so it's -1. I thought it was, yeah, because it's, 2. It's inclusive, though. Ring index. Exclusive, every step elements. Why did we end up with 5 elements here? Do we need to be at ring index +1? But if we do that, see, if we do that, we're wrong because we don't, if it's 0, ring index here was what? 15. 5 is wrong. +1. The problem here is if we're exactly, but this one is always +1, right? Ring index +1. So we always get the first value here. So, I mean, the most it could be is 0 plus 1. No, we're starting at 0. Ring index plus 1. I don't know. I need to get this to trigger when... might have to set a break to catch this. There's a scenario here I think it could break. Okay, so now we're total 20 in size. 7 on the tail here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is correct. Okay. So let's say we'll just make it so this is the math for both of these things. Here's what it actually looks like. Like that. And if we slice these two arrays and we append one to the other, we'll be okay. We don't need size. So it looks like this. We're using ring index plus 1 for both of them. So if we slice this up accordingly, it looks like this. Go like this. And we append this. This is messy. But that's what it looks like to get this all into a single array. And now if I print this out, let's do it the physics one. It's the physics frame that we were caring about here. So we'll reconstruct the physics frame thusly. Okay. So now if we look at the physics frames, the order of the frame should be in order. And the ring is no longer showing the results. We want to use append array, not append. Slice returns an array, right? Yes. So we should be able to chain it like this. Cannot get return value to call append array because it returns void. So what happens if I do this? Oh, oh. I see. Nice. It's undying, Sorrow. It's undying. Yeah, the Cricut logo, I made this like a decade ago. The actual logo, that was like a little, I slapped that together when I started streaming for the icon. My actual logo is, that I made a long time ago, looks like, how do I show it if I'm streaming? I don't know how to see my, my logo. Huh. Here's the actual logo. I was going for a very wipeout thing here, but there's a lot of things I would change about this now. It would still look roughly the same, but there's a couple of things about it that aren't quite right. Do you do a lot of graphic design? No. No. But I was going for like a Designer's Republic kind of feel. So slice returns an array, but a pinned array does not return an array. So that's what's screwing this up. So what we have to do, because it's also so what we want to do then is we're going to do this first like this, and then we're going to append. No, see, we have to be careful. We're going to input packager slice. What if we resize after? Okay, so let's do that. We'll resize after. We go like this. And then we append this to it. Okay. And then we got to do the same thing to dir. Okay, let's see what we end up with. We resized the wrong thing here. No, I like to. I mean, I did. I came across my old art that I did in high school and college, and I was looking at it. And I was like, "Damn, man! If I had continued." So I mean, I did take some art classes and stuff like that, and I took a lot of it to heart. And I did video production, and so I'm always thinking about that kind of stuff. Okay. So we've got this backwards. So we want to actually put this at the front. So this is the equals. And then the other one is the append. And then we resize at the end. Okay, let's see what we got now. We're in order, baby. Are we 21? So 18. Baby. 20. But wait, do we count? So 1, 2, 3, 4. But that's 1. 1, 2. Am I crazy, or should this be 38? That does add up to 20. I'm losing my mind.
Can I take the Switch?
Of course you can.
What he's gonna play?
Is Gemma gonna win?
Whatever it's called in that start game. What's that game called?
Fantasy Life?
Yeah, that one. Can he start his own?
On his profile, yes.
Okay.
Should be able to. It's not like
Yeah, because you and Gemma each have your own games in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna go. I might need your help with the dog. He only loves you.
He only loves me. Apparently the pug only loves me. Ride or die pug. That's what we are with that pug. All right. So again, same thing here. We're gonna change the order. This is no longer a pin. This is equal. This is append. Donald. Cricket's in my top 5 watched. I haven't gotten a notification about my my stuff. My view time this year has fallen off a cliff. So I don't even I have no idea who it would show for any of it.
I was VOD reviewing if you mind.
Should be in an email. Okay. I'll try and track it down. So the funny thing is, we're doing all this. And okay, I gotta go say bye to my kids. They're gonna go on a trip. I will return shortly. Give me like 3 minutes. So I live in an area that's surrounded by, we've got so many trees here, right? So every year I end up with a bunch of wood. Here's my question. I was thinking about, I live in a manufactured home. Okay. So I'm going to preface with that. If I laid a bunch of brick down on the floor and I got an Edison stove and I put that in, or an Edison oven, and I put that in, do you think that would be pretty fire safe? Or would you not risk it at all? Because what I'm thinking about is if I put that in the center of the house, yes, it would be fire safe. Yeah, I'm thinking if we get one of those and we put it in near the center of the house, we could probably just almost never run the heater. Like very rarely. Because of all the wood that we have on this, especially the really cold days, we could just blast that thing. Yeah, so my only concern is the entire house is wood, including the floor. My house has a fire stove, and I noticed my tile surrounding has an air gap. I don't know if you need something like that when the brick is on top of plywood. Yeah, it gets extremely hot. My grandparents had one, and their house was always just like super hot. Okay, I'll start looking into it. Yeah, it's radiant heat. It's radiant heat, so it's like really bone penetrating. But weren't you complaining about the cold, Jacob? I like my house at 60 Fahrenheit, even in the summer. I don't know why my eyes end up looking so blue on the stream. My eyes aren't, they're really gray, I guess you could say. Oh, outside? That said frigid for dramatic effect. No, summer AC is at 70. I have a wood stove going right now. I love it. Yeah, the question is where to put it. I wouldn't run it at night when we're asleep. Only in the day. You like it at 60 in the house? 60. Are you wearing a sweater or are you going shirtless? I like that there's no in between. I like it at 60 and topless. Oh yeah, buddy, I wear a sweater. Okay. I mean, that saves a ton of cash. Our heater, it's wild this year. Our heater hasn't been running barely at all. And now that Calvin's in this room with us, it actually gets hot at night. He like adds the temperature to the room. Just his body heat is, I don't know what it is, but he makes the room so hot. I'm naked underneath. Damn, me too. Exhibitionists. Closed exhibitionists unite. I need 69 and topless. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, God. Okay, so we have our packets in order. So when we first connect, we can move around, but then everything starts to break down. So if I start moving, we get that, and then it just falls apart. Okay. So physics frame last is 21, and here it says our new physics frame is 21. So we are We're off by 1. So let's see why we're off by 1. What happens if we get rid of this +1 here? Off by 1 again. Input packet last input index is greater than. So this is input index. Oh. If I ever build a tiny home, I'm going wood stove. Burning wood is, yeah. Night is the best. A very large log as an all-nighter that just cooks all night. And just add a few fresh logs in the morning, and the hot coals will fire them up. I know right where I would put it. To be safe, I would want to put a brick wall in between where it is. So, or not brick wall, but rock, you know, some sort of rock face thing against the wall behind it. Yeah. I'm worried about coals or something like that dropping on the floor and putting the house ablaze. Although I think because it's the type of wood it is, it would just burn right through the ground and go into the it wouldn't start like a fire probably. But the little kids touching it, yeah. Yeah, if we had company over, we probably wouldn't have it on. Running into it is most likely scenario. Not touching it with my son. They get stir crazy in the winter, you know? So they just start running around and shit. Okay, so now we're almost there. The biggest cause of fires is a dirty flute, so make sure to keep it clean. Wonder if I can just can I just get I have a leaf blower. I wonder if I can just clip off the neck of it and just put it in that thing and fire it off every year just to clear it out. Above on the, I'd love to film the roof and just this. uh, yeah, that would be essentially besides the initial cost. Yeah, these things are cheap. I've got a lot of cherry wood. I'm constantly having to cut back the cherry trees. So there's that. And then we've got a black walnut tree. And then we've got 2 other walnuts. And then we have a bunch of elm. And in the backyard we have a weeping willow and some other stuff. But it's just a ton of wood. We just end up with so much wood. And I literally gave a bunch of it away. And I was just like, damn, like. Sell the black walnut. Looking around here for different costs. Thinking about cutting it down. That's good to know. We think that's what killed our other dogs, because the walnuts themselves are toxic to dogs, and we lost 2 dogs in one night, just kind of mysteriously. It's a hardwood. I think it's how it looks. So one of these bad boys costs $700 for the number of square feet that we have. That would basically, if we had to use very little for heating in the year, that would almost pay for itself. So in 2 years, it would probably pay for itself, and then you know, get multiple thousands for your black walnut tree. It's huge. It's at least 3 stories tall, if not taller. The base of it is like I couldn't hug the whole thing. It's a very large tree. I'm sitting on cash money. Got that cash money. Yeah. Okay, so pretty sure we're putting him in right, but we're not taking him out right. So let's figure out what's going wrong there. It could be worth over 10K at that size. Look at the price for even small pieces. Jesus Christ. What? I mean, no, our tree would if this is accurate, our tree's worth like fuck. I mean, there's branches that are falling off that are like oh my god. Fuck, I got rid of a whole branch. I cut it off myself. That was like $5,000. Good gravy. Good googly moogly. Shit, I mean, we could use this. We could use the money from selling this thing to help pay to get rid of the other trees. Yeah, mine meet all of the requirements. All that juicy shade. There's some. They're threatening the house. There's ones that are threatening the house, and we don't get shade from them because they're on the other side of the property as well. So they don't produce shade for us. But I mean, even if we cut down, there's 4 elm trees we could get rid of. We still have plenty of other trees. The cherry trees are really what provide the shade for the house. Yeah, I'll look into it. Thank you for the heads up, Doddle. I knew it was worth something, but I didn't know it was worth that much. Jesus Christ. It's got to be the one that we have is it's not next to the house, it's next to the other building. It's technically about like 4 feet away. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 7. But the thing is huge. And the branches don't start until the top of the building. It's very old. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they would just drive into our driveway. It's right there. Shit, man, I want to go out there and just get a rope and measure the circumference. Fiera, how's it going? It's going good, man. Let me do some shout outs here. Mudbound's working on some cool stuff. Metal Apex. Wishlist on Steam. Pico 8. Drone Combat. Got to catch up on a bit of it last night. It was last night or 2 nights ago. It was really good. Yeah, I looked into it, Doddle. I'll track it down. I'll look into it. I feel like everyone's gonna want to scam me, so I need to. I mean, the thing that I would need is an agreement ahead of time. The last thing I want him to do is cut it down and be like, "Oh, you know what? This is no good. We can only give you half of our estimate." Oh well, it's here now. It's knocked over. What are you gonna do? Because I could easily see that happening. Getting close. How's your stuff coming, Fiera? What the actual fuck is happening here? Something is incrementing when it should not be. A shout out machine handle has been pulled to Fiera. We got to shout out JD as well. If we're going to be shouting people out. Fiera's grinding hard. Is your demo out, Fiera? Let me go measure the diameter really quick, Dot. We'll find out how much this thing's worth. All right, I'm back. The diameter is 60 inches. Trying to see how I can use this to calculate it though. I don't know the values to put in here, you know? Well, what would I guess though? I don't know what to guess. The calculator wants me to basically put in everything. Price per board foot, I don't know. No, I put in the measurements. It's not enough. It wants me to put in how much a price per board foot is. It's not using some determinant for that. $18 to $16 per board foot. Holy shit. Even at low grade. Geez, even at the lowest. $27,000 at the lowest. And $55,000 at the highest. Jesus Christ. We're sitting on a goddamn gold mine. I quit streaming. I'm done. This might pay for our goddamn roof. Man, that could we could invest that. That could pay for the kids' education. Or whatever. God damn, I gave away. Oh my God. Such an idiot. Yeah, which means that as much as it's worth, they're going to take half, if not more. Because I'm not doing all the work involved in it. I would really just be afraid of getting screwed by I would need some sort of written contract agreement. Like they come out and it's like when we cut this thing down, as soon as we come to say we're cutting it down, we're agreeing to this price and that's what we're giving you. And they're not going to fuck with me after they cut it down and be like, oh, well, actually, it fell wrong and something broke and we don't like the way the wood looks now. None of that bullshit. Because that would be like what would happen to me. I mean, that's just my luck with everything, basically. Be like, oh, actually, you owe us money now. That's how this works out. I'll take the penis miner. Well, shit. Or I should just start growing black walnuts on my property. My kids will have a huge investment in a couple 50 years. Yeah, it must have been here before the property was even. This property was developed in the 70s. But the town was established in the 1900s, 1912 or something. So I don't know. And then destroy it. Well, it's only 7 feet away from our house, and it's 3-story tall. Or not our house, but our other building, JD. It's and it did kill 2 of our dogs apparently from the poisonous part of the walnut that's toxic to dogs. The sex dungeon. Well, I figure if I cut one tree down and I plant 2, it pretty much breaks even, right? I mean, by the relatively speaking, I'm constantly cutting sprouts all the time. And if I hadn't touched those, they would become 100-year-old trees if I hadn't done it. So the wonderful thing about trees is they grow back. The real math from a global warming perspective is what age should a tree grow to maximize lowering the carbon footprint. Right. Yeah, no, that's what they do. All around the surrounding black walnut, there's like nothing grows. It's like they poison the earth too. It's really weird. Like, and I don't know if that's from the walnuts themselves falling to earth or because the squirrels always take them and move where they eat the walnuts. But something about them, I don't know if they emit some sort of like local toxin or something. But the soil around it won't grow nothing. Jesus Christ, guys, that's wild. That like pays for half of what we paid for our property. Like if it went for the high end, that would pay for we paid cash outright for our house, and it was a dump, and it still kind of is. I'm still working on it all the time. But it's funny that on the property itself, almost the value of the home is right there. Oh. Yeah, I just texted her. That's wild. So we have this ring head, and we're doing a physics frame offset. I don't need that we need this comparison. We do need the offset. But we'll see. I tend to have a magical way of constantly getting screwed. I'm handy to have around sometimes. It's possible its size maybe. Yeah, well, we're right next to Oregon. So it might be something where we're getting there, boys. We're very close right now. I know I keep saying that, but we are cutting our skin close. Yeah. Of course they like to blow money. Sweet home Alabama. Sweet home Alabama. Do, 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 do. Where my tacos go to play. Do, 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 do.
Just be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
Oh my God, do we have it right now? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, we got it. Oh, that's funny. So it processes the jump, but not on the... So look at how we're off still. So this is the problem with the physics. Okay, so now we need to fix the physics issue. All right. Woot! I was here. Grumble, what's up? How's it going, little Sith? Doddle just pushed me to look up the value of my black walnuts. He wanted to see how much my black nuts were worth. According to some rough estimates, it's between $30,000 to $60,000. So, goodbye, black walnut. I'm eating some popcorn with some chopsticks. You guys want to see some pictures of my black walnuts? Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop. But apparently the tree I have is quite old and valuable. All right. So there's a bit of a delay, as you guys can see, because we're collecting 20 of the last 20 of the last so-and-so inputs. Oh, that broke. I mean, it's pretty close, but it's still off. So how are we processing these inputs? Both of these, what am I on the client side? They both pass they just pass right through into the player controller. So this is where we can try to fake some deterministic results. So the first thing I was talking about doing is rounding our position down. Everybody's here. Em, I hope you're doing good. Let me do a shout out to JD Does Dev. So let's do this. Clients dir at Get physics frames. Okay, let's see. So like right now, if I move around, there should be something. There is. Okay. So let's get rid of this offset and current noise. And now we're only going to print the movement stuff. And that's our offset. So let's not, we're going to only, dude, what is happening right now? Spacebar shouldn't be spacebarring. Bro, what is happening? Why? Why is spacebar spacebarring? All right, what we're doing, oh yeah, player controller. Not main. So if we're not the server, then we're going to say this. We're looking for parity here, boys. Let's roll it again. So now we're printing out when we think we're firing 47. When we think we're firing the same directions. and what the physics frame was supposed to be at. And we'll see if we're lined up. Okay. So how about if the dir is null, we just don't do it? So if dir does not equal vector to 0, then we're going to print this. Sound good? Is that right? Does not equal 0. Why is this printing? That sure looks like 0 to me. Well, this makes this like 10 times harder to figure out. Let's see what 506 shows. Look at that. We're wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely want to be careful about that with arborists and stuff. Bro, what is that about? Look at the numbers, totally different. We're off by 1. But are we consistent? We are not consistent. But we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the timing is the same. The timing is identical. So again, this has to do with non-deterministic physics. Yeah, we're at parity with the timing. Wait a second. Look at that. That's wrong. How are we sending completely different values? Okay, something tells me it has to do with our unpacking of it. This is the same. But, look at that. Let's confirm some things here. All right. So let's look at our input. Is it possible that we are getting different values for Because see, here we're assigning speed based on some conditions. I'm wondering if when we unpack them, do we end up with something else? Okay. I think we are not being consistent. The angles would be, I bet I can replicate having the inconsistent numbers consistently. I can replicate it. It's like the angles here. This is where we would be off often. So like if I look at 1, 8. I need some way of making this more greppable. Well, if we don't have input parity, we're in trouble. Bruh. Why is this printing twice? Should only be if it's the server, bro. Something is afoot. The scene tree is important for this. Client needs to be... The scene tree is processed backwards, right? Client should be after... No, before is correct.
What the dog doing?
Your mom. He's downstairs right now. Tom Millman is the Tominator. Client dir. Let's search for this more. Our construction and reconstruction. If we trust that the timing is correct, then we just need to fix why we end up off. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. We're back. Okay. So they should be the same values. Curiouser and curiouser. All right. I'm doing this fairly consistently. Let's go up here. If it's off by 1, they could explain this. How can we verify that? Let's just hold a direction down. How about we do this too? Okay. Yeah. So certainly the not being deterministic is part of the problem here. Dr. Captain, how's it going? No problem. Don't worry about it. I hope you're doing good. So after we move and slide, here's what we're going to do. Can we round? It seems like there's a timing issue, but I'm not 100% on it. But let's try and get our offset to be a little bit more on. So let's see what we have under vector. Rounded to the nearest integer. So we definitely don't want to do that. We want to round apart, not that. So we're going to use Godot's math library. I'm guessing it's here. So maybe the word I'm not looking for is round. Because I want to round only a part of a float. Hello, I just want to go to bed at 5:45 p.m. But I have to go to mandatory work fun until 8 p.m. I'm gonna die. Greg, you can do it. Snapped? So we can use snapped. Let's try this. So position equals vector 3 Can I do this on vector 3? Yes. So we can just say position equals position snapped. .01. Son of a biscuit. Okay. All right, how about this? Let's get rid of move and slide. We're not going to do that. We are going to that might be contributed to this as well. Let me get rid of this. And kiss. Now kiss. Okay, it almost seems 1-to-1 right now. It's still off from the physics. Okay, so the camera was contributing to part of that. So how about we say position equals direction times speed. We get rid of move and slide. Whoa. Okay. We are officially in we're going to be half of a plus equals oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Oh my god. Dude, it looks almost spot on. All right, so if we don't use physics for movement, I'm seeing it's pretty fucking close. Let me just yeah, client and server positions are identical right now. So we're in sync. We fucking did it! Fuck! Yes! I can't believe this. It's not even registering for me. Jesus Christ! Okay. Oh my God. Okay, I know this seems stupid. It's two guys moving on a screen. What's the big deal? We did it. How many days of administration? I think this has been 20 or almost 20 or so days of doing this. So we don't have physics right now. If we move without physics, it's exactly correct. So can we, let's think about this. Thank you. Thank you. So what this is, just to explain, we have a 20 frame buffer of inputs. Every frame we collect an input, we add it to this buffer, and then we send the buffer unordered, unreliable to the server. The server takes that buffer and reconstructs the inputs in the order that they were placed in into its own internal buffer. And so what that means is that we only need to have one packet make it to the other side once every 20 frames. We have determined that we can get the size of the packet down to 48 bytes to send this information across. This allows for 32 angles from Cardinal. Right now we're only using 8, but we should be able to do 32, and it would be a couple more bytes. I think it would probably be 3 more bytes per input to get 64. We are replaying the inputs in the exact same timing that they're being pressed on the client side, on the server side. So we are synced with player inputs. So now, and I haven't tried this with 3 clients, and at the same time we are ticking out.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Typical hard worker, what's up? Thank you for the follow. Most platformers build their own controllers that ditch the physics system. How do we do that, though, if we're going to be building worlds and stuff? I guess we would just need an array of... I mean, we could just look up... Do I build an array of collision spaces or something? I could raycast. There's some problems with that. I've thought about that. It's very cheap. Just don't use rigid bodies. Fuck, guys. Rebuild it all from scratch. We're getting there, aren't we, Sorrow? Let's do it. What this means, though, if we start from this foundation, we're going to have problems. There's going to be issues. There's going to be some weird syncing problems going to happen at some point. Right now, what we could build is the system where the server says, hey, on this input, I had you at this position. And the client can just say, validate that to itself. Every time a server tick goes out, it'll say, hey, your position at this input was here. And the client goes and looks up its history. We keep a rolling buffer for that. We look it up and we go, oh, yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, that's what I had. If the client doesn't have that, then it just replays those inputs. And since it's not physics, we can do it like that. We can replay the inputs that we've done up until that point from that position to recreate the exact outcome of what our new position should have been. So yeah, if we toss physics out and so we can still use physics for raycasting, like Jacob was saying. We can still do our own version of gravity. And if we just have some way of looking up our position in world space and if there would be a surface that we would land on or not, right, we could do that. Or another possibility is to simply download, find some sort of deterministic physics engine in C#, download that, and send it the body information from Godot. Do you have the idea of physics bubbles? Yeah, it's Bob. It's too, Bob. I was talking about that earlier today. The idea that when we receive an input, the client and the server both check to see if it did move, would it collide with something? If the answer is yes, it just won't move. And so we would, if this is what you're talking about, so we bubble the movements, I guess you could say, if this is the same thing that you're describing. And we're constantly saying, okay, well, if that would result in a collision, we just don't move. We always move not using physics, but we use physics to check if we move, would we hit something? The only thing that I see a problem with that is in, like, for gravity and rounded surfaces, if the surface isn't completely flat, that kind of thing. If there's a slope or something. Similar idea. We just, you snap it somehow or something. I guess we could just snap heights. Yeah, we just got it too, Bob. We just got it. Fuck. God. What is with, like, sometimes these really hard things, it's really like this momentous occasion. And this one feels like a letdown because I keep expecting it to be broken. So I guess, I don't know. I guess that's part of it. Snap them in half. Yeah. Do the mods get any bonus? Well, now I have my work cut out for me in terms of like the next steps, right? I guess the first thing we could do is confirm our sync from the client side. So on our simulation packet, well, let's see if this works with 3 players right now. So let's do 3 instances. So we're moving. Oh, because I'm using a controller, we're moving both players. Oh, there's a little hitch there. We are dropping packets on purpose, so maybe this is See, we're off though. Are we off? So who's number 1? It's weird. So on the client side, oh, that's weird. Oh, I'm moving the camera around. That's going to screw stuff up. We don't want to do that yet. Let me double check. Are we... No. We don't care about that just yet. So that's going to mess things up, having another controller. You see how it's... It seems fine. But we are getting out... See, there's a desync. So that's a desync. So we would have to handle that. Okay. It's not, absolutely not on the floor. Right. I want an adult big wheel if you make $1 million. Let's do it. Fantasy Life, dude, Fantasy Life, no price drop, sold almost 2 million at $60 a pop. Jesus Christ! Let's do it. As long as you lerp between hits smoothly locally and don't stare at the feet, it hardly matters. A ton of AAA games. The feet is absolutely not on the floor. I guarantee you that like 1 in 1 million players will even look at the feet in anger. So what do you guys think about if I, on server update, if I lerp position? Is anyone going to be opposed to that? Instead of simulating predicted position? If I just lerp behind. So if we're getting ticks at every 250 milliseconds, 1 in 1 million players. That's what I've been saying for 2 weeks, but have gotten overridden. What overridden by what? So just to be clear, this entire time I haven't had the input timing correct. So that's been what I've been trying to solve this entire time. But very rapidly, once we had that corrected, we could easily and quickly see the problems with sticking with the physics stuff. But I wasn't saying no to not using physics because I was too busy trying to get this other shit going. Or were you talking about something else, Sarah? Look at it. If it's good enough, it's more than good enough. So now we can start sending animation. Like, okay, we can start. There's a lot of work I have to do. Well, the problem with we can't desync, but we can be out of sync with each other. So we're not going to allow ourselves to desync because that causes all kinds of problems. But being out of sync in so much as we're looking at about spending our time proportionally on the things the player will be happy and buy. Right. So the reason why I'm doing it this way anyways is to hide the lag, right? That's all that I think players mostly care about is the perception of lag. We're actually introducing a lot of lag. But what most players call lag is the perceptible change in the state of everyone else on the field or your rubber banding thing or something like that, right? So that's what most people equate to lag. But what I'm saying is still lag, but is less perceptible is there's a almost, in this case, it would be basically a half a second, a little bit more than half a second of the other player presses a button and the action is seen on someone who's not the server. So for the client, for the local client, for that player, it's instant. You don't feel like anything is wrong. And then for the players, they see everything happening as smooth as they would expect it to. But if you were to sit both players side by side and they saw each other's screens, they would see almost a second worth of, unless it's a little weird because if it's two players, one of them's the server, so it's a little less. But if there are three players, between one player and the other player who are not the servers, if they press a button, they're going to see their character move on the other screen at the exact same action almost a second later. Yeah. So now the hurdles in front of us are movement, collisions, and all of these things, sans physics. I think we're going to have a couple of rules here to make things easier for ourselves. Yeah. The reason why I did all this is because with Godot, with the multiplayer syncer, you end up with the choppy, like what it's doing right now for the server simulation, basically, that I have going on right now. You end up with this sort of choppy, like the players are doing this thing. And we're going to be able to smooth that shit out now. And it's going to be almost imperceptible. Because if we know that a player was here and then they're here, and we can judge from those two distances that they must have been running, or that their rate of speed must be X to reach that position, we can adjust the client's representation of what that is when it's lerping to appear as though the correct action is happening. And if we're constantly just sending a little tiny bit of information in the server packet that says, this is the current state of animation of the player or something to that effect, or they're currently, or within this time frame had swung their sword or something, we can reconstruct that on our side, on the client side as well, almost imperceptibly, or at least it'll appear to be very smooth and tie it into everything else. But that's actually really far away. I'm not going to prioritize working on that right now. Did you try physics interpolation added in the physics and the settings for physics? No, at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to use Godot physics to detect collisions with like raycasting and things like that, or just trying to move our player and see if it collides with something. And then we're going to use our own lerping to move the player. And we're not going to use Godot's physics for collisions. And that's why, for instance, that's why we don't want rigid body. We're only going to use things like areas and stuff like that. Because we don't, well, I will say that we could still use rigid bodies for things like particle effects that land on the floor or something, but it would use its own collision layer for that and not something that the player's collision layer would use. But that way we don't accidentally skyrocket the player into outer space because it's colliding. And then there's a thing that says, oh, because of that, we're going to apply this, force to it or whatever. Raycasting's OG, nothing's wrong with it. Yeah. It's just the sizing. We kind of have to, there's certain things we have to do with like, the shape of the thing that we're checking for rays. It has to be a certain way, fuck. Okay. So the next thing we have to do to make this really spot on is the rollback. So rollback, as I understand it, and the way that I'm going to implement it is we take, see what I'm worried about right now, why I was hesitant to celebrate is I'm worried that it's really not working, but I'm pretty sure it is. Everything that I'm seeing says it is. We did see a desync, and that's fine because that's going to happen. I am simulating network lag right now by dropping packets. Every time I send a packet, I tell it to await up to a half second. So, before it actually tries to send the packet. And that's not the same thing as the degradation that happens across a network, but it's kind of like it. Enough so that I have something to work against to create the desync problems and issues in the first place. I still think there's a possibility that I'm rolling over the inputs incorrectly at some point. So that could also be another source of the problem. And if I see them consistently on certain ticks, then I'll know that that's what's really going on. I guess you could add your own sphere, capsule, and box tests in that order. Something to think about. Yeah. And it actually, I mean, it's not too bad what I have to do if I'm using raycasts, because Godot is always doing the raycast. You can turn the raycast on and off, but you just ask the raycast, right? So it's always hitting C++. It's hitting the engine code all the time. And then on the GD script side, I'm just asking, hey, what is there a collision in front of this ray? Does this ray collide with anything? And then if the answer is yes, it's like, all right. There might even be a Conecast. Oh man, I hated Conecast, man. Worst internet provider. Oh my God. I'm so glad the people that are here were here to see it. I really wish that Gina was here though. Because Gina's the one that's been kind of guiding me through the netcode side of this. And I know Gina was concerned. Gina was saying it sounds like you're recreating lockstep. But it was the timing thing was the critical element of it. The timing of the inputs had to be the same. Oh, Sorrow. It's not exciting. Let me do it with 2 clients so you can see it better. I mean, it doesn't look like anything. It's the math that's important. Oh, fuck. I still can't believe I ended up doing it. Hang on a second. We're going to go to Discord and tell everybody. Well, first let's see, we got out of sync right away this time. So I think there's probably something with what I was saying where something about the way I'm doing the Yeah, see, we're slightly off right now. But anyways, so rollback is the next thing we're going to work on. And then we're going to start keeping logs of how often we desync. And then there might be some proactive thing we can fix for that. But let me, I'm going to hold out on the Discord thing. So the next thing to figure out now that we've got this, let's commit. Dude, I don't know what is going on, but I can't get, I'm going to leave. Let's close everything. There we go. First pass at working input buffer replay. Okay. Vision 3D. Yeah, that might work. Oh, this is so fucking exciting. We were here, boys. Oh my god. Shit. Shapecast. Oh yeah. There is, yeah, you're right. There is something you can give it a shape. Yeah. We got something. We got options now. Oh my god. I got to tell my wife. Every day I'm like, yeah, I'm making progress. There's nothing for me to show. I think there might be still some things that are slightly off though about the input processing. You better play the lottery today. Well, one of these isn't luck, it's just work. Yeah, maybe we should pick up some lottery tickets. Is there a big Powerball thing going on right now? In the Powerball. And so we can do this by, there's a few things we can actually get rid of here. And we can do this with a single dictionary lookup instead. Right now we're constantly looking stuff up, and that makes some overhead. So if we have a single dictionary for the player, the packet sends us the client information, and that's our lookup. And then these individual things we can describe in another lookup. Granted, it's only 4 elements, so I don't know what it's really going to save us. But constantly hitting that over and over again, probably not the best thing to do. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I had to look to see what day it is even. So on the client, okay, we're looking for specifically, and this says it's reliable packet. It's not reliable. Transfer mode is unreliable. We should call this unreliable packet. Okay. Last fizz we don't use. All right. So on the server side, didn't take that much to make this happen. Unreliable packet update. Tick current. Game RPC unreliable packet. So this is where we send out. Should this go? If it saves anything, you should do it, but ensure it's not premature optimization by actually checking that I'm blindly doing. Oh my God. I sound like my college tutor. Shoot me. Too, Bob. Okay, so we send the physics out. Or we send the server update out. I'm trying to see where that's happening at. That's it right there. So that's sim packet. So this here. Oh, okay. That's right. This is where it serializes everything here. Okay. Okay, so what are we sending? We are sending the client's position, their input direction. We don't need to send this anymore at this point. Although it might be nice information to have. We don't necessarily need to send it. And we are sending the velocity of the client. We don't need to do this anymore because we're not going to use physics. Well, but we have our own physics. So we might want to include that. At least the gravity. So we could probably do it with a single. Like how much is their downward velocity? I don't know. But we are sending position. So what we need to send now is, yeah, we have this thing ID last input. So what we want to do is record so you'd be doing exactly what I'm doing with the NPCs. Just PNGs with tweening. Just about. I mean, we could do the server update right now. Like, we could do the tween right now, is what I mean. We know our sim tick rate. So right now we're literally just snapping position here, but we could lerp it. We know exactly what to lerp it to. So, and we know the tick rate. So we would go var tween could hide behind a central debug boolean. Assertions. So in Godot, anything you use assert for goes away on your debug build. So I use asserts like that pretty heavily. And assert will stop the execution like a breakpoint, but will continue. What they're removed on release builds. So you want to be careful not to use them for logic. The maybe variables. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let's just try it really quick. Var tween equals create tween. And then we say tween property on this guy. And we're going to tween position. And we're going to tween it to this value in our server ticks time, which is, where's the const for that? Const server tick. So server tick in milliseconds. Is that actually milliseconds? No. Shit. So all right, we'll hand code it for now. .25 seconds. And then we just don't snap the position anymore. And now we're always a quarter of a second off for the movement, but it should tween the position smoothly. The only time we're going to notice this is with multiple clients, because the server and the client experience things the same way, but the other client is what's going to get a server update from what another client is doing, or the server character. So I guess one way I could test this is by moving the server controller. I haven't even been doing that. Watch, it's busted. Oh, I didn't connect. Oh. Client 38. What the hell went wrong? Oh, it's not RPC reliable anymore. It's RPC unreliable. Yeah, so it smooths it out. And we could probably do something with we can see that we desynced again. We could probably do something with curve. We might be able to send something to create a curve that it could use. Or we might be able to determine a curve to make it, if we know where it was and the places that it's gone, we could determine a smoother motion instead of just, oh, it's here now and it's here now, right? We could go, okay, we're kind of going this way now. So we could come up with a way of curving it to fudge it on what we're showing from on the client side. So that it is possible to do that. But the main thing we want to work on right now, I'm going to get rid of this. The main thing we want to work on right now is the desyncing thing. We need to see how often this is happening. We definitely don't want it. I know I wasn't insane for using tweening. Tweening's fine. I don't like the way Godot does it, frankly, but who did this background for me? Because I swear to God, they're talking to me sometimes. Not like schizophrenia thing, but I swear this guy looks like his mouth moves to me occasionally. And by the way, this Mercius or Mercus, he's carrying the team. I mean, these guys are in a bad way right now because these two guys are dead, and same with Lital. He's a goner. Oh, the missile talk?
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
For the ones who get it done, the most...
Damn! That's funny. It reminds me of what it's like to read philosophy, where you're like, and you have to like kind of reread it again and again and again, and it's like this. It feels like it's repeating itself a lot here. And you're like, oh, I think I know what they're saying. I think I know. Or you don't, and you just got to keep reading until something clicks, and then you go back and reread what you weren't understanding, which is one way that I found that works with philosophy, where you just like keep reading, and you're like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. And you're like a couple paragraphs past where you understood anything, and then suddenly something clicks, and you go, oh, shit, okay, I got to go back. I think I know what they're talking about. All right. So in our sim packet, when we send it across, we need to send for the position that we're at, we need to also include the last, our last input. And that we processed. So we had something referred to as last input, game player's ID last input, but I don't think we have it anymore. We don't. This is something we were storing on the client. Sim packet, client ID. Oh, this is on the player controller. Has to be. Sim packet. Client ID last input equals. What are we doing here? Game player's client ID last input. Then we encode it. Okay. So if we keep this on the player controller, var it doesn't really matter where we put it. We could put it on the server side. We might end up doing that. So when we tick, now what ID are we going to put though? Do we put the relative ID? We need to put the ID. So we need to track the IDs that we're going through. Last input index. There it is. We need to change some names of this stuff too. ID last input equals last input index player index now where is this coming from? We're assigning it here, but that's not correct. It's not last input index. It's the last input that we've processed. So we need to keep track of the index of the input that we're processing. Now we are using physics frame for some of this, but we don't need to if we use the last input index. This is how we're going to be able to drop the packet size down. The encode decode packet by array function looks like it might be a single function with a flag. I don't have necessarily an encode. I guess we could call this encode. I mean, they're part of why it's this written this way is because of how the packed byte array encoding happens in Godot. I'll think about it. I mean, if we get if we get super big, the problem is the way that the encoding it's not how you'd think it would be. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I will say I'm still not happy with the two. Because yeah, I would prefer that it's easier to cache certain things. It's just that, for instance, some of the encoding stuff is far greater. Like if they're right next to each other, then to me, it's no different just visually, because I would have to basically, I'd end up doing a condition, but like to encode the input is all this work here. I'm sharing a function here to get the direction, but the decoder uses, but the decoding is much smaller. Yeah, I'm considering the way to solve this ultimately is to, and I hate doing this, but it's to override the functions of the packed byte array stuff, and or maybe even create my own override for packed byte array that does things the way that I want them done, that I'd prefer to have them done, because I don't think about it the way that they've presented it in the API. I feel like I don't know, something about it to me isn't right. Because it feels like you should be able to, with a packed byte array, it feels like you should be able to be more like, here, put this set of bytes here. But instead it's like, you can only set one byte. It's like, no, I have a bunch of them. I want to dump all of these ones here. But it's like, it has to be in these. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But I'm with you on that. Serialization in general is always like this, Oh, I just throw it in JSON. But then really that's not, it's there's always more than that to it. Cuz it's like, well, yeah, but you're making the game that you're making, so whatever that is when you unravel that is your problem because of the game you're making. Like I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some tea. It is funny though, this game that I'm influenced by, or that I'm trying to sort of create another experience.
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Zaflins, thanks for the follow. Baller title. Your tight netcode. Yeah, we made some huge progress. So we're excited about that. All right. It's all or nothing now, buddies. We're in it. Oh my god. We can actually maybe get back to making the game again. I don't know. I'll call it input index history. I don't know what to call it. Like Zaflins, yeah. Hopefully. I mean, there's not much to show for it just now, but we're working on a multiplayer networked game. We thought things were going to go a lot faster. It's taken a little bit longer than I was expecting, but we're back in it again. We're doing what's the term? We're sending the player inputs to the server. The server is simulating the outcome of those inputs. For the client, the inputs are firing in real time, and then the server sends update ticks to all the corresponding clients to say what the resulting positions are. What I'm working on right now is confirming that with the server simulation tick that where it had the player, that client also sees that it was at that position as well during that server tick from whatever input they had pressed, whatever their current input is. Well, I'm not, so this is where you might bail, and I totally understand, but so I'm not doing, right now we are using our PC calls. Eventually, because I'm building all the packets custom, so like we have this, this is an input, we're setting up our input bytes that we send across the line. And so, but we're using Godot's RPC architecture, so we're not thinking about that right now. We are sending it via RPC currently, but eventually we can send just the raw packet. But we're not using, we're going to be, the server is going to simulate everything. So there's not, with the sort of out of the box Godot stuff, you end up creating RPC calls for everything. We are only technically using RPC at this point to just send these packets and nothing else. So we're not using RPC to be like, okay, now fire this weapon or do this or do that. But we do have, this is the RPC call to send reliable packets and then basically unreliable, unordered. So those are the only two kinds of packets we'll send is the two. But the inputs are being sent unreliable, unordered, and it's a buffer of the last 20 inputs from the player. And then we reconstruct all that on the server side and replay it with the exact same timing that it was for the player. Yeah, and then that way, at least from a since the server is sending the state, the player could hack their position, but it wouldn't matter anyways because the server is only going to simulate their position based on their inputs. So, you know, you could do cheats like look around buildings and stuff. That's almost unavoidable, but it's not the kind of game we're making anyways, so it doesn't matter too much. The reason why we're doing this is so that we can have that real-time input from the client and then basically replay it for the rest of the clients to the same, just about the same feel, so that the appearance of lag is washed out and it's grayed out. You know, it sort of cleans it up. Specifically that jittery, that jittery lag where the players are sort of just kind of popping around. Like we won't have that in this game if this is working right. But I don't know what to call everything. They all have names, I'm sure. So we're not going to do that. I guess we could. So the client is generating state, then sending the server for validation, and then the server broadcasts that player's validated state to everyone else. Yeah, so it sends the inputs. It sends the inputs to the server. The server replays those inputs. And then the server tells the client and all the other clients what the truth is. And then if the client, and that's what I'm working on right now, if the client sees something different and says, no, something's wrong, I'm somewhere different, it doesn't discuss that with the server. It simply goes, oh, okay, The server says that at this input, I was at this position and so and so and all this stuff was going on or whatever. And so then it goes, all right, I'm going to rewind time, and the player's not going to see this, but essentially it's going to go backwards in time, and it's going to replay the inputs from that moment that it got out of sync. It's going to adjust its position to that position, replay all of its inputs, and get itself to where it should be based on its knowledge that it's the server's getting all of its inputs. So it'll reconstruct itself into the correct position if there is some sort of desync from the server to the client. That's when you get like rubber banding or like a snapping kind of thing, where you as the player suddenly end up somewhere else, you know. And sometimes it can be little small adjustments that you can tween unnoticeably, which I think is what we're going to be dealing with primarily with the way that I've constructed this. But sometimes it's like really big, like, oh shit, I just appeared somewhere else kind of thing. So that's also possible. The kind of game we're making is a multiplayer life sim game. It's similar to a game called Fantasy Life, which is it's from level 5. It's got a little bit of Dark Cloud in it, a little bit of Stardew Valley, a little bit of Animal Crossing, and it has much deeper combat than Stardew Valley. I haven't touched rollback in any form yet. Still wrapping my head around client-side prediction. Yeah, I think client-side prediction is... I'm beginning to think that it only works with certain styles of games. Or it depends on your server tick. But for instance, like with projectiles and stuff, you obviously need to continue to show its movement, but not necessarily. It depends on how you want to do it, because you can essentially and I might be able to, there's a lot of choices that I can make in the future. Like we were talking about, because the server sends, let me give an example. So the server is sending constant updates of where all of the players' positions are, right? So let's say we have this green one here is like player B. And on one server tick it's at this position, on another it's at this position, and on another it's at this position. What we have are vector coordinates. What we could do is send another piece of information to allow for when we tween these two values. So we say, okay, the player moved to here, and we sort of tween them over to that. You could try and predict it. So you could send inputs, and this is what I've messed around with. I've sent inputs before. The problem with sending inputs is, let's say when they got to here, they were pressing this direction. So I send that input along with the client information of what position's at. And I say, oh, okay, I'm going to keep moving them this way. But then they actually moved here. Suddenly they're over here, right? Hey, how's it going? It's great. What's up?
Mama forgot the bagels, so she had to go back.
Oh my gosh. What else did you guys do? Oh, you did all the deliveries?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Did that go good?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Do you have any plans? Oh my gosh, that looks hard.
Okay. Give me a second, guys. All right, cool. All right, so we're going to play some Fantasy Life with my daughter tonight as well.
It's very hard to eat popcorn that way.
Well, I got to get back to work. Okay, sweetie? All right. So, like I was saying, so we could send the input value and we can predict that they're going to keep moving that way, but then suddenly we're having to kind of squeeze the movement around. And so that creates like kind of a weird spacey effect to it. We could slowly degrade the movement, like slow it down until we get the update and then sort of tween it. But I think for the game that I'm making, the best thing I can do is when we're at this point and we get a server tick update, we tween the movement to this position so that it's smooth. I think that's more important for the game that I'm making. But the other thing that I was thinking about that we can do is, since the server knows the rough path that I took to get here, we can reconstruct that with a curve. We already have 2 points here. So for a curve, all we need is like another vector value, and we bend the curve a certain way, and now we can reproduce the path that the player took by making a curve that roughly approximates that movement. So that's something that I'm thinking about that we could do. Yeah, exactly. So it should be possible to do that because we're ticking every 250 milliseconds, every quarter of a second. We should be able to send some light information, and it doesn't have to be, the accuracy can be small, right? Because we don't have to send a complete 64-bit float. We can squeeze it down into smaller information to try and construct but I don't know, I've never done that before where I've taken like, oh, we went this way and I'm going to recreate this with a curve somehow. Mathematically, I don't know how the hell to do that. So I've never done something like that before, but it's something we could do. In the meantime, we're just going to tween between these points, but it will create a more rigid movement for the time being, but it'll be smooth and it won't be jittery. It won't be like, oh, I was actually here, now I'm over here kind of thing. Yeah, I'll check it out. I've heard of her. Can you link it to me? I'll throw it in my to-dos. I have a fatty list right now of videos. If you want, I've got a bunch of networking resources here I can throw in the chat. I can actually throw this. I have a Discord as well. I can toss it in there. I don't know if this is going to fill up the chat window. Yeah, I reached the character limit. Let me see if I can I'll break this out a bit more. But here's some the research that I've come across for the networking stuff. Oh shit, that one broke. Hang on. Let me delete this. Can I just delete this one message? No. It doesn't like all the extra characters. Why is this not? Oh, it's not going to do the links right. Ugh. Let me see if I can get this right. There's a bunch of GDC talks. That's the first 3. Some of them I haven't read yet. Some of them are very good, though. There we go. There's those. So that's the Rocket, all the way up to the Rocket League one, right? Oops. There's that one. And then there's Godot specific ones, but I won't send you that ones if you're not using Godot. Is that my site? No, it's just some notes. It's just my note taking. Oh, I'll take those 2. Okay. You join the Discord? Okay. I'm too deep into this. I'll just send them over here and then... There they are. Oh, it's no biggie. It's no biggie. Okay. Oh, and you sent the Freya one, right? It's fair. It's free trade. It's fair exchange. And that was for splines. The other thing about it is we can determine how, like, there's a lot we can do with it, actually. Also in the share stuff. Nice. Thank you. Let me welcome you aboard. You're on the right team. Oh, God. No pressure. Okay, so... But yeah, so just to break down really quick how everything's working, we are sending the last 20 inputs. They are in no input can be an input. The last 20 is processed inputs. So every frame tick, every 60th of a second, that's an input, that's an input, that's an input. So we send those consistently. And when the server gets them, they're sent unordered, unreliable. So some don't make it and some come in out of order, and we drop those. And then we just take the ones that we get that we can use, and we take and we compare its the length of what we got, and then where the inputs that we got end and the new information begins, and we keep constructing the timeline of input events for the server to play back for the simulating what the client was pressing. And then ultimately the server is responsible for the true state of everything, and we try and simulate as much to accuracy on the client side as well, so that there's no unexpected results. But obviously there's going to be some tiebreakers, for instance, who aggroes something or something like that. So the way we design enemies and things, we have to think about how do we mask those moments as much as possible. And so just knowing our limits and knowing what this means, I think, will inform the design of the game a bit more. And it's also, for me, I'm starting to realize why a lot of network games are a certain way. But one possibility, for instance, if we want to have a lot of world state to simulate, sync across client and server. Yeah. And also just like small packet size, the smaller than I forget the exact number. Let me see. I think I have a note here for somewhere. Network design. I forget what it was. Anyways, it needs to be under roughly 4,000. What is it? 4,000. Is it 4,000 bits or 4,000 bytes? I can't even remember. I want to say it's 4,000 bytes. So it seems like not a lot of data, but it actually can be quite a lot. The inputs, the 20 inputs that we're sending, we haven't adjusted it, but we should be able to send those 20 inputs with just 48 bytes of data, which is like nothing. The inputs themselves currently are reduced to just 2 bytes. We take the analog input information.
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Growling Octopus, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we take the inputs and we reduce them down. Like the analog inputs are degrees from 0 to 3. So we reduce the, like if you're using the analog stick, even if you're playing locally, you're only going to get 3 possible speeds. But you can kind of cheat because you could also have a run button, which gives you a 4th amount to multiply the input by. So it depends on, and it all affects the design of everything that you start to think about what you're doing and everything. Like one thing I keep running through my head right now that I don't have a quite a good enough answer for yet is, do we make it so that the enemies have, like, you can run into them and they take up space, or can you just pass through them? Because if they can move and you can move, then it creates a lot of stuff to have to think about. Right now, our players can't run into each other, so we don't have to worry about checking for collisions on each player. for instance. Anyways, it's good to talk about this stuff. It helps. So we have this input history here. And basically all we need to do is we want to resize it.
Hey, we're back. I don't know what that means, but you told me that sounds really exciting.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Yeah, no, it's a big step.
Awesome. Good job.
Yeah. Jimma wants to play tonight. I told her that she needs to help get Odie to bed at 7 so that she can come in here.
Fell asleep in the car. He's really grumpy, so I'm not sure. Fell asleep like at the end.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure what to do.
Okay.
So the chicken sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
I just put the ham on it.
Yeah, so, well, you could do that. You could put it, I don't know what would happen, but you could, when you toaster oven, lay the ham on top of it.
Well, I could cook the chicken and then ham on just for a couple minutes.
Yeah, however you think.
This ham will burn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure, but
Cheese.
the little ones cook in 12 minutes at the same heat that the other ones cook in 20. Okay?
Okay.
It's 400 or 450, I can't remember. Okay. Sorry about that. I literally just thought about server-side physics resolvers. Yeah. I think the way that I want to try and do it is we sort of agree, like the server says, hey, in we like set the stage for everyone so that everyone knows, hey, at this moment the enemy is going to move this direction. And if we know, once we're syncing inputs, we should be able to get from the client our exact how off synced we are from our frame timing to the server's frame timing. I haven't figured out, like, that's possible to do. It should totally be possible to do. So we would know exactly how off we are in our, now there's some problems here, specifically, like, I don't know what happens when we start to drop frames, for instance. In Godot land, I'm not sure what happens there because I'm using the physics step right now to do this. So I might need to create something to intentionally cause frame drops so I can see what the hell happens. But anyways, so we might still desync anyways from something like that. But so then the server says, okay, on the next two simulation ticks, it goes, this enemy is going to attack, and it's going to do it from here, and it's going to move. You know, it's a special attack. It's basically a bit. It's like you know, enemy. If all enemies are a set of bits, and then we have another set of like 2 flags that we can use that give us a total of 4 numbers. or whatever, then we can have 4 states that we could say that the enemy is doing from the server and only use two bits to do that in. Well, 3 to say who. So, and then since we want to be all like 4 or whatever, we could have another but anyways, we say, okay, this enemy at this moment is going to do this thing. And we know the timing, we know the offset of our timings and everything like that. The client knows it from the server. And so it fires for each client exactly the same as the server would simulate it on its side. So when the server gets its inputs from you, your inputs are actually corresponding to the exact thing that the server is now simulating on its side that the enemy is doing as well. And maybe that's how we keep it in sync. And, so, but then the server is ultimately saying, okay, you simulated the enemies moving to this position. Here's where the actual position is now that I've done my simulation of it. And if it's out of sync, again, we resync the enemy position, and that we could just lerp very easily because the chances of it being way off are thin because it's not variable it's deterministic. The more that we can make enemy behaviors and everything deterministic as well, then the less that we have to worry about some weird syncing thing from happening. So it all changes the shape and the design of the game. And the other thing is, we do the same thing locally so that everything is calling a system that is technically server client, even if you're playing it solo, so that it's always using the same systems that it uses for the network's simulation as well. So no matter what, if you're playing the game solo or with players, it's still using the exact same system. I'll be right back. Okay, we are about 8 hours into the stream. Can we get can we get this rolling by the end of before the end of the stream? Who knows? So this is where things get a little weird. We need a for loop here. I'm going to add a comment here in case before I forget. Which is rearrange array of input information to be in order. Okay. And then over here, what we're trying to do is we are going to take the server input buffer size for count in our buffer size. We are going to set the input index history to be we do a little array sorting. It's a happy little array. It's just a nice little, pleasant little array we're going to put over here. And so then we're going to take and plus count. Okay. So basically what we're doing is we're just counting and we use count as the index. Okay. So the only other thing we have to remember to do when we do this, and this is, I think this is going to be useful to track if I do get some data off. Because I suspect that one of the reasons why we're desyncing is that when I loop around, it becomes off by 1. So if one of the inputs happens to be on that loop, if most of the inputs are not inputs at all, nothing's happening, nobody's pressing anything, right? But when we are using the analog stick or whatever like that, if it happens to be when we come back around, I think that's what's causing us to get off sync. But it's also possible that there's a few things that are possible. I need a way of logging the part that makes this really weird is I need to be able to log consistently somewhere, somehow, when the client thought it was doing. I almost need the database I can post to or something, but not for the game itself, but for debugging purposes. Because the client it has its own log in you know what I might need to write is a small I'm not sure quite yet, but maybe if I had something running somewhere independent of this that I could send logs to in some structured way that it can then correlate certain things together. Because if I want to verify, I want to validate 100% that I am reconstructing the input buffer exactly the way it was sent. And right now that's really hard to do through just print statements or a breakpoint. So I need a way to send that in, and the client will hit it first, and then the server will hit it second because it's reconstructing it. And then being able to look at that log and see a bunch of green or a red and go, okay, here's where it's off for some reason. Why is it off? Yeah, I got to have something. The debugging on this is going to be hellish if I don't have something like that. If it is something that can run as a CLI, I could throw it out on the web as well. And then when we're playtesting the game, the playtest builds can just know, oh, if I try, I can send, and maybe we could do them in big dumps. We could drop them in big dumps. But the server could establish a session ID that's just a random hash. And then it just sends it, when occasionally it just sends a dump of, here's some debug information. So we can kind of start to figure certain things out. Or maybe we just have it when somebody experiences a desync, they can just pause the game and send a complaint, and that sends the debug information. I don't know. I mean, this concept could run on the server too. It doesn't have to be a separate thing altogether. The server itself could be getting from the clients in a debug session some of this information being sent to it. Okay, so what we're essentially doing is we're taking what we're referring to as our last input index, which is a rolling number. Sorry, an incrementing number. It's a number that just keeps going up. And we're using that so that when we are then simulating the input, we know exactly what order that was in. So that means that when we come over here and we do this, we have the input index history. So we need to do the same idea here where so this right here, I should probably write a note. New client. Setup. So this is going to go somewhere else. All of this stuff is going to probably end up somewhere else. And this is reconstruct input order or add. Okay, and then we have input index history, and then we need to do a count. And this is where things are a little different. So can we do it on difference? I think we just do it on difference. We just use the difference index. Okay. There's no count. Current ring. Difference index. Last input index. I think that's it. So now we have a lookup for the input index that we're calculating. our change on. And then when we, on our physics process, this is where we go through each player and we look at all of we look at the next input to simulate, and we do that input. So this is where we're going to want to set the input, the last input value here. ID last input equals, and we're calling it player index. We might as well call it client ID since we're using that already. So let's rename everything here that has a player index to client ID. Just to be consistent. Being a dad, especially with just being a parent, it's nothing to do with being a dad, but my God, do you have to listen to the same music over and over again? Okay, and then we say ring head. Okay. So then, now on the sim packet, why are we mad here? Oops. $81. There we go. $15 gap, so I almost get it. Oh my gosh, yeah. Part of it is, you develop a culture and you develop your tastes, and repetition at a younger age is soothing, I think. I'm guessing that's what it is. And so it's just like a part of developing a developing mind. And eventually you start to explore and broaden your horizons and stuff like that. But initially you just go for comfort. Chicken. Thanks. Hearing the same TikTok. Oh God, that's even worse though. At least these are like, that's the thing is, man, everything's so short now. But I guess like early music, 60s, like the Beatles and stuff, their songs are actually really short. But TikTok, it's like, yep. Yeah, it's my Street Fighter sneeze. You know what's funny about that? My daughter started sneezing that way and she doesn't even know why. My daughter started sneezing with a Hachukin. The first time she did it, I just felt so much joy. But yeah, the Beatles music is very short. All the covers are like, 10 minutes, but the original song is like 2. It's crazy. They were almost writing jingles Ah, my monitor wigged out. Hang on, let me see if I can fix it. Okay, there we go. Rocky Raccoon is my theme song. Yeah. Still wild that Michael Jackson ended up owning their catalog. Okay, so now we're sending the last input ID to the client. So this is all happening on the game side. I don't know if this is where it should end up being, but it's where it is. So we have this thing called client sync check. So we only run this on the if it's us that packet of information is about. Yeah, Michael Jackson ended up purchasing it after they years later. But I don't know the state. I don't know if the estate held on to it or not. So I don't know if it's still in the family. I don't know why you would. I mean, money's money, you know. But what was it? The James Bond is going to be in the public domain soon too. The original James Bond novels will be in public domain in 2035. So in 10 years, well, less than 10, really. About 9 years, James Bond's, the early books will hit the public domain. At least if you're in the UK. Yeah. So then on our client, we have the sync check. So let's see what that looks like. So here we go. So sync check, we grab the the ID of the last input on the client. And we include the position that we had the player at. And then we find the ID. If we can't find it, then we know we're off sync. But I think that the input buffer, we're only using the buffer size, but by the time that we send something and we get it back, will the buffer have completed? I don't know. Let's see what we get. We're going to get something. And connect. And we shit the bed already. 76 on server. 76? What's the problem? Is it because we have nothing? Get index. It doesn't exist. So we have to assign it something initially. So we'll just give it an empty array. No, you know what? We can just give it an array with a size. Can you size an array on instantiation? Array from array. We'll just do a blank array. That should solve it. There we go. And whoop. Whoop. That looks out of sync to me. No, we're staying in sync. This is wild. I haven't had it work this long. See, we're definitely, our positions don't match. So I don't see a match right here. So we're off. So I think our buffer is not, or are we? Maybe we still are on. I mean, our character animation states are not the same. It makes it a little hard to do comparison. It does look like we're still on the same. No, but our positions are different. They're cycled different right here. So, okay. So maybe I have to rethink this for a second. Just a smidge, yeah. All right. Maybe we're not setting the position anymore. Let's double check our condition. Sync check. We get a buffer index and a position. If we can't find the buffer index, we return an error. This is wrong anyways. Buffer index. Let's print what we have here. So does this just mean we're in sync constantly? Let's we're yelling out, we're spitting out a lot of logs right now. Let's go over here. We're going to need a local, some sort of something that's not going out to the terminal most likely, so that when people are playing the game, they can we can see the results there. It looks pretty damn good. We are a little bit off, but not by much. So there is a little bit of desyncing happening. Melody, how's it going? I hope you're doing good. We've made quantum leap today in the network realm. A quantum leap. So we're in sync still. We're in sync still. I'm trying to trick it.
Does it look like the picture? Oh.
Sorry.
Look like the picture?
It does.
My ham's not right at all in the picture.
My wife recreated the what's it called?
Chicken cordon bleu, I guess?
The chicken cordon bleu from what do you call it?
Was it Arby's?
Arby's.
Which I was very confused about when you ever had that, but
I haven't.
oh, it just sounded good.
Something about Arby's came up.
Oh, okay.
And then it was all about how they're trying to get people to eat chicken because beef is getting so expensive and their margins are so lean. And they
I was
talked
so
about
confused because we never had Arby's.
they talked about the cordon bleu and how that's like the way of them, you know, actually making money. And I was like, that sounds
it does sound good.
that sounds yummy.
I don't know about it. I used to love the actual chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah.
My mom used to make it, but it's such a pain to make.
Right.
It's like such a pain.
By the way, I stream inside a closet. I am in a closet right now, if nobody knows that.
You just rotate the camera.
I know. I would be embarrassed to show. I could probably show something. I don't know. But I moved into the closet so I could be upstairs and save money during the winter and not have to heat downstairs. I haven't been in Arby's in years. Yeah, this sandwich is now the equivalent of, it's like $1 to make the sandwich. I used to play Minecraft in my mom's closet back on my first laptop. Was it because of the internet was better there or something? Or just for privacy? But this was definitely like a winter cost savings move. I might regret it in the summer. Behind me I'm going to remove this. This is a facade. Normally there would be a bar that goes across here to hang more clothes. So I'm going to tear this out. And then this black thing is just a projector. It's the backside of a projector screen thing that's being pulled down. I'm going to get a green screen equivalent that I can pull down. And then I'll be able to key out the background, and I'll just be a floating entity on the stream, hopefully. At some point in the future, we'll do that. We'll make that happen. I could try and do it sooner if I can find something green to put behind me. But the nice thing about it is you can just pull it down and bring it back up, and it's just sort of gone. So. But it's a walk-in closet, which sounds real fancy, but if you saw our house on the outside, you'd be like, there's a walk-in closet in there? Like, really? Okay. Yeah, that way there's not the borders, right? And then if there's some code behind me, I can kind of just like right there, it's right there. Like, it could just scoot out of the way. All right, I'm gonna grab some pop here real quick to go with this food. I'll be right back. The code is it's right behind you. Run for it, Barney. All right, back again. Phantomum. Dude, Phantomum. We've got progress, Phantomum. It came together. It came together, brother. Any other Godot devs in chat? Oh man, there's so many. Are you new to Twitch streaming and like Twitch dev? Because I could Zaflins, there's like 1 million Godot developers I could start pointing you to. Yeah, progress. We're desyncing occasionally. We're starting to build the tools to be able to investigate it. But once we remove physics from our movement, we're basically getting 1-to-1. Oops, I'm moving the server, not the client. Give me a second. Wrong guy. Let me do it again. So there's a little bit of a delay because we're sending the inputs. See, that's a desync. We're sending the inputs. It's weird because sometimes it's like flawless for a long time. But again, I am simulating packet drops and stuff, so it's possible that something happened there. But so there's a buffer of inputs. That's why it takes a minute to bring it to do them. But they do it in the same timing as they're being sent. So it's 1-to-1. The client simulation and the server simulation are lining up. You can see. I love watching people work on stuff. Really just new to the Godot community. Been prying around the source for a personal project, but I want to talk to the community a bit too. Yeah, I mean, there's some pretty big Godot streamers here on Twitch. Whoops. There's Wallaber. And Wallaber, if you check out Wallaber's Steam page, he's got a bunch of games on there, and majority of them, if not all of them, are from Godot. And he's pretty successful at self-publishing games. And let me see if I can find. So there's Wallaber. And if it'll let me. It's not letting me do anything. Uh-oh. I think the browser's going to shit out on me. Don't kill the stream. Don't kill the stream. I'm going to close and reopen my browser. I hosed it. Chromium. Come back to me, baby. Tried game dev for a bit, but I always found myself avoiding gameplay and programming for systems. Yeah. Dude, why is it not letting me click in the browser? No, I can't get to my own stuff. It's not letting me click. Brosif. Can I click here? Can I click on any of this stuff? Yes, I can. For some reason, Chrome is not letting me. Brochino. I can't click here either. Bro, I can't click on anything in Chromium. Let's is it running somewhere? Oh, there's a bunch of Electron stuff. Is that it? Did I kill it? Oh, we also want to see if Tetrio. Did it build properly? Okay, now I can click. Okay, going back to creator dashboard. Okay, now I'm going to hide my face while I stuff it full of this sandwich. Shameless plug. Ooh, does this get rid of all the Firefox junk? Ooh, okay. Do I trust the bin or do I build it? We're going to go with the bin. All right. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so sync check doesn't seem to be firing at all. There we go. So we are getting -1 for the buffer index. Let's confirm. Let's get rid of the print statements that we're doing here that are contributing to all this noise. This is the client. Is it the client or is it literally it's the player controller? Okay. So I don't think our local buffer is big enough to be able to figure out the past. Yeah. So what I think we need to do is just store this. Sandwich is all right. It's all pre-flavored, so not quite everything goes together. Almost done eating. I'm just shoving this down my gullet. All right, back in business. All right, do we have Zen? Maybe. I have a spinning hard drive still, so until it hits the cache. I don't care about any of that. I don't know what this is about. Oh, geez. Ugh. Oh, is this their... So how do we go? Oh, I see. So tiny. How do we move this? What do we do here? What is this? Oh, shit. How do I get it back? Can I just... I wonder what the keyboard shortcut is to... to slide that MFR out. Okay. So our buffer index is null We're not finding it, which means that by the time, let's confirm the ID. How about let's do that. So on the client side, we get ID input. What? How did I bring up the... Weird. Roll it again. Okay. Sync check on the client. Buffer index. Where's that coming from? We're wrapping. Let's just make it a bigger size. So and we can use modulus for this. Server buffer. So we know the server buffer is 40. So for these, we'll keep track of the last 40. So we're basically tracking the ID and our position. That way, thusly, valid assignment 40 on line 34. Roger that. Oh, it's because we're not... I believe that might be it. Definitely out of sync. Ooh. All right, let's double it again. See, I don't know how big this bad boy needs to be. So this puts us at 80. This is not what we're sending. It's what we're collecting on our... There we go. Okay, so now we have a big enough buffer where we can roll back on our inputs and see, not roll back, but we can begin the process of rolling back. Now, this is interesting because ID index that this is okay, so it does not equal 1. Okay. Or does not equal -1. So now we have an ID and then okay, we have difference. So if difference equals which we basically do this and we look up the buffer for that following index, and if it does not equal 0, 0, this is where we're going to say we need to do something. So more than that, we can do this on the same, since these are Boolean. Boolean. Oh, I was going to say, Zaflins, I have a couple of other Godot developers out there to recommend for you. I got Jotson. Jotson's another big one, big in delivering the good word of actually releasing games in Godot. So if we're not -1, and eventually we can get rid of that check, we're not going to need to do that check because we can trust that it will be an existent one, but maybe we should never trust that. So if they're not 0, then now we are out of sync. And that's when we start printing a difference. So say we all. Brah, it's fine. Stop complaining. We could have these auto connect. That would make getting this testing going a lot quicker. All right, so now we can see when we're out of sync. So when that happens, so it's happening quite a bit. Wild. So when we get out of sync, let's try and sync ourselves. Well, it would make sense that once we're out of sync, it would happen, right? So when we're out of sync, we need to reconstruct our inputs and get ourselves back in sync. So that means we need to the way that we process our input right now, it says position, direction plus speed. So we need to reprocess these inputs super fast. Now this is interesting because it kind of, if it's a jump, we would normally do this at 1 speed, but we should be able to math it. If we made a curve for jumping, it's probably a good idea. So we could really design the jump. Then we could travel along the curve based on the length of time that the jump would be occurring. But for now, let us look at the difference. How many inputs are we going to have to play back? That's the question. The answer is actually in the index number, which in this case is BID. So here are BID 8 inputs. And then 39, 70, right. But now it's acting like we're in sync again. Definitely out of sync. The BID keeps rolling up. So what we're going to do is play our inputs super fast. So normally the way that's working on the, let's leave client open here. We're going to get player control open here. Let's close all this stuff out. We don't need this. We don't need this. This. Okay. So just the player controller. So we create direction and then we say position plus equals direction times speed. So let's create a new variable called var new position colon equals. So here's the other thing. We need like actual position. There's like, if we try and tween, right now we'll snap it, but eventually we could slowly tween it into its spot. And this correction would be almost invisible depending on how big of a change we have to make. But for now, we're just going to snap it. So I guess in that case, what we would do is we would just for loop each input here. This is going to have to go somewhere else eventually, but we have our buffer ID and position. So really we need a whole separate round of our input presses for this. So input buffer, that's the packet buffer. This is a local buffer. Input buffer. Dir, and then input buffer jump. Okay, and then we do the same thing for these. We say dir and jump. And then when we get these inputs, we're going to append them here. So the same thing we're doing for position, but we have dir and we have jump. And then we record these values here. And this is our rollback, baby. Once we get this going, we're going to be rolling back to the correct position. We should see the player position correct itself, and the off sync should go away. And then what we want to do is we really want to hone in on why it's happening, because for the most part, it just shouldn't. So then we go into troubleshooting of like, what is it we forgot about syncing something that made this not be quite right? But now we have a way of correcting for it. So now what we do is, so we have our buffer index. This is how far back and we're rolling. So we need to know buffer ID. So for instance, if we were to take this and just dump it, This is a Boolean. And this is a vector 2. Okay. Okay. So we need to track the where we are at. It's cool. I didn't even realize you could do a rolling buffer and you don't need the head or the tail. You don't need to know it, depending on what you're using it for. Hey, buddy. You ready for bedtime?
I want to say goodnight to you.
Oh, you want to say hi to everybody?
Hey.
Oh my goodness. Look at you.
And what do you think as my sixth time? I did the fantasy life and make my little person like me.
Oh, you did?
But I was on a boat and the
Careful, you're breaking this, bud.
guys were helped me get back to Iron, but then we saw a broken beam, but then there's a pink dragon.
Oh,
But
yeah?
then the bone dragon, it took a while to roll up, but it got done.
The bone dragon saved you?
Yeah. It just fire breathed it. And then the dragon helped me get to the sea.
Nice.
And I was stuck at the big boat underwater that connected to the sea, and I could not get out.
Oh no!
But I talked to the guy on the boat, and he let me get out.
That's nice.
Hey, Mal, how do I make a house?
Well, you gotta keep playing it, and you're gonna need Gemma to probably help you a little bit.
Oh, I know. I can use Gemma's robot. They did it to pull down to make a house.
Yeah, well, you'll get your own robot soon, too.
Oh, yeah. I want a blue with a blue flower on top of it.
Okay. I love you, buddy.
I got your Paw Patrol jammies.
Looks like you took a nap today. All right, guys, I'm going to get ready. We are... Red, how's it going? Let me do a shout out to Red. Doing car bricks. Redstone 3D. What the hell? Redstone 4D. Car bricks. Red's working on it. Speaking of Godot multiplayer, there's another one out there. We are not alone. You sons of bitches. Okay, I am going to get Fantasy Life loading up here. I will be right back. My daughter's going to come in. We're going to play some Fantasy Life together so you guys can see what we're shooting for. The future that we're headed towards. We're at the humble beginnings right now. We haven't even laid the pavement yet. Or the concrete. There's no foundation. We're getting this netcode going. That's our foundation we're starting to put in. Once we have that, we can start really cooking on it. Especially once we, like, this critical thing of getting the player position corrected and everything. Olex, we just got we got a lot of progress going. We got a lot going, dude. We're working on rollback right now. But we're having to abandon physics since it's not deterministic in Godot. We're still going to use it, but not for our movements. Rollback, hot damn. Hey, buddy, come on. It's time for bed. It's time for bed, bud.
The bone dragon was just wrapped in just wrapped like bars, and it did not blab out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It took a while. Just right now.
Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm having to mute things. If my son sees that I'm going to play the game, he's going to never go to sleep. It took me 2 months to successfully add multiplayer. I'm a bit of a pro. Dude, Greg, did you see what I did? We have we're playing back our inputs identical, same exact timing, everything, client and server side. Positions are lining up, and now we're working on detecting a desyncs and rolling back and playing back our inputs from the client side to recreate our proper final position. Is this new game peer-to-peer? Yeah, server authoritative. Yeah. So one client is the server as well. Yeah, well, we're going to abandon physics completely at this point. As far as using it for any of our player movement.
I'm almost ready.
We're going to do our own physics.
Here's the switch. I hid it in here so Odie wouldn't know.
Oh, clever girl.
Clever girl.
I might actually hot glue elastic onto that, make it a little case, but it would probably break. Also, I'm gonna grab a pen real quick.
Okay.
I still have to brush my teeth.
Okay. I think I actually have to unplug the HDMI, otherwise this isn't going to work right. Okay, give me a second here, boys. All right, there's my daughter's game. So we got her screen. We got my screen. Now I just need my laptop so I can see chat again, because now I can't see chat. Give me a second, boys. I'll go get the laptop and we'll be cooking here. All right, we're almost ready. Give me a moment. She's playing Mario Kart. Are you going to be able to play with us, Greg? Oh, my laptop. Damn it. Be right back.
I need the switch. Okay. I'm gonna borrow this. Actually, sorry. I also just have to fix the sound because I keep hearing the sound back.
Can you find... It's all choppy again. Gadzooks. Can you please find the port for this down there? Yeah, on your right side. No, it's like up on the floor. Could you move? I wasn't ready for you to come in. Give me a second, sweetie. Just gonna get this going so I can see chat. Alright. Is your hair wet? Okay. There's Minnie.
Wait, what was I doing again?
I don't know, man. What were you doing again? Alright, let me travel somewhere, because man, is this choppy as mother.
Hey, look, Papa. I have the girl with the
Nice.
and I have her. Oh, okay.
Jeez. Can't wait to get... Look at how choppy we are everywhere right now. We're hitting the CPU like a mo. Dropping frames.
I also have this guy.
Let me get rid of the snow. Maybe that's contributing to it. It was the snow!
The snow looked really cool.
No, it wasn't the snow. It was the game. Alright, let's lower some graphical settings here, boys. Unreal is chewing up our CPU.
Alright.
Just gonna bring everything down. Is TAA or the other one cheaper? Do you guys know? You know what? I bet the aliasing is a big part of it. And then we're not motion blurring. No, we're not. About when we're out of the menu. Oh god, it's still bad. Bro, and some new pictures. That's where we were. Oh,
have 20 strangelings now.
Strange.
I don't know if anyone else gets that. That's funny.
Boyle's glad you're here.
See what I did there, guys? They're called strangelings, and I said, strange. I'm so bored. I know. Hold it in, guys. Hold it in. Try not to pee yourself. I know. Okay, still runs like trash. What else can I do? 720. Give me something. I know my game's gonna run better than this. I already know that. Wait, that looks like mud. Like Vaseline spread all over the screen. Yes. I'm here.
Do I look like the girl? Kind of.
Yeah, that looks like you.
No.
Is that why you did the markings? Oh, that's why you did the markings.
I was just using them to check. I'm not actually gonna.
I'm trying, Red. I'm trying, Red, okay? Alright? Let me see if there's anything I can shut off on my end here. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of Godot. Maybe Godot's chewing it up.
Smoochie.
I don't know. Lay off me, Red. Okay, it's not Godot. God bless America. Okay, I am going to close and reopen this thing.
Come back again.
Oh, did you need your headphones, Bear?
Yeah.
Headphones inserted.
Now the ears feel weird because I'm wearing earrings.
Okay, we're gonna reload the game, boys. It's one of those things. It runs so good on Windows. I'm gonna say it. Runs way better on Windows. Okay, sweetie. We do... Yes, you're getting it going?
Join previous room. What does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe it recreates the room you made. That's cool. Guild Wars? I didn't know I was still around.
I just figured out a very fast way to do this.
What's that?
Just click the button that it shows. The join previous room.
Replicat. I played that. Recommended by Conrad. The outing for this island is already ended. So it sounds like you gotta create a new one, okay? Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
Papa, look.
Yeah. Ooh, you almost got all of them.
Yeah, I just need these few. I marked them.
Nice.
So I know where to go.
Well, you could take care of one of them right now whilst I Did you already start a multiplayer thing?
Yeah.
Cross your fingers, guys. It's so funny. It was playing fine the other day. It does play fine when I'm not streaming, so...
Should we do day or should we do night?
Well, it'll eventually turn to night, but we could start with night, and then that way it turns to day.
It won't.
Oh, okay.
In normal game, it won't.
Okay. Maybe, Ryan. I don't know. Perhaps. I have like the anime glasses on right now. I need to go like this. Right? Every time I do it. Day. I don't care. Night. One of them. Keyword taco.
Okay.
Taco. Keyword taco.
Okay.
Keyword taco. That's not. You missed an A. Taco. Hey, it doesn't look like absolute trash now. Okay. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Get me in. Put me in, coach. I'm ready.
Password is the same as the last.
Okay. I'm going.
Can your friend join us today?
I don't know. He hasn't said anything about it. I'm guessing, I think he's still traveling, maybe? But if anyone else has Fantasy Life and wants to join us,
yeah, I think the limit is 4 people. So I am I'm 1P, so 2 more people can join us once Papa joins us. What happens? No. Your house. My favorite person's house. Dude. I put our houses right across from each other. I have a huge path. So people can find their way.
Alright. I'm joining you.
Hi, Snow. This is one of my favorite people.
Oh. Head out. Keyword search. Taco.
Awesome.
Delicioso. Muy. Un por... Ah, sí. Depart. Oh, what's the password?
132625.
Entering. Commencing outing. New party members on the way.
Where'd you go? I will find you.
This is so big.
Thank you, little dragon.
Okay. Ready to go when you are. Ooh. Ooh. Can I finish the guild quest here while I'm here? No. Okay. This is cool that I can go to your island like this. So we're definitely keeping this in ours. Hello.
Oh, Should I put this in my stuff just because it's adorable?
All right.
Papa, should I put this in my things just because it's adorable?
Yeah.
Where should I put it?
How do I do the other stuff? Oh, there it is. Right button.
Oh. Oh.
Look, this one's different than the Papa. This one's different than this one.
Oh, yeah.
And this one.
Hey, sweetie, you're gonna be really sad. You're doing the thing where we don't actually get to play, and then we're gonna play, and it's gonna be over in like a couple seconds. Okay? So we should get out there and play. Right? It's super cute though. I love it. But I'm kind of just sitting here waiting for you.
Oh.
Okay. I've made a lot of good progress, finally. I'm finally getting to a point where I can start working on the game stuff. For now, the land is going to be flat. We'll deal with some other stuff in a little bit. Let's do it. What are we doing?
I'm a level 31 hunter. I can beat these guys to smithereens without any help.
Okay.
Also, now I have poison.
Ooh. Oh. So what are we doing? We're going after the specific bad guys? Oh, there's a whatchamacallit right here. Good lord! Oh, sweet Moses! That thing blew the crap out of me.
Sack of treasure! I have a shield. Wait, let me do it.
Okay.
I can handle these guys.
Okay. Look out! She's gonna blow!
I can destroy those things with my special.
Beduraku smash.
Yay!
Harold!
out of energy. Energon levels low.
Nice. Level 29. Yellow gel.
Ah, down here.
Yep. Dude, Jacob, we finally... Oh, God, dude. I feel... I'm through the... I'm out of the forest for a little bit when it comes to the netcode, man. We can finally start actually executing on other things and go back to trying making the game again. It's so funny. The day one that I came in and I was like, all right, let's try making the game now. I instantly ran into sync issues and was like, okay, we're not making it yet.
I like the flip backwards thing because it lets me not be hit. If I time it right, I can perfectly dodge them. What's some teeny tiny cool little islands.
Yeah. We need a boat since we have a little dude. We forgot about our fast traveling guy too.
Water slide.
Look at my mount now. Look at my mighty steed, everyone. His name is Gregory. I like to ride Greg.
Look at my mighty steed.
I have to switch. I used to always use Greg for my placeholder dude name. Now I gotta change it now.
Look at my mighty steed.
It's gorgeous.
I have another mighty steed. A very mighty steed.
Huh.
A mightily terrifying steed. This one is much more mighty.
Beware ye shirts of all who enter my steed's area, for he shall chew them. Whoa. He has a little... He feels different than the other steeds. The other mounts. He's got like a wind-up. He's like kind of loose too. He drives like a... He reminds me of a car I used to have.
Huh?
Pug, come at me, bro. Oh! The thing just kamikazed on me. Okay, we don't have any. We only have 5 out of 100 for our overall goal. We gotta bump these numbers up. We're kind of losing focus here. What are we trying to do? So I think from a world state.
Hold it.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I got him.
And I got the last one.
Nice. 20. All right, 20. So we got...
My mighty steed races away.
All right, here we go. We want to do up to 80 more. 80 more. We'll get there. Ooh, gold deposit. We need to do this together. I'm out of energy. Need your help, Jimbo.
Hold it.
I'm going as good as I can. The energy is next to nothing. Oh, somehow I got some energy from that. Over here, please help me. Help, Jimbo. Mini cricket, please. Oh, thank you. Woot! 30.
Onward and upward!
We don't know where to go.
Let us journey outward. Into the abyss. Find challenges that await for us. This way! Follow me! For I have found a challenge!
Let's... This way, come on.
Jump off this cliff with me. I wait for you.
Sweet Minnie. Delicious Minnie.
I'm not delicious.
Scrumptious.
Also, I'm just...
He should drop little poops. That'd be funny. Those little pellety poops that animals like that leave. I expected anime voice effects, but this is a very like grown up IRL man.
It's his cousins. His cousins.
Aww.
They're taking a nap.
There's some more here too.
Jump with me! Off! Oh, I'm stuck. Woodcutting challenge. Ancient technique of chopping palm trees.
Yep, we gotta stick to the same ones together. Helps us both. All right. 35.
Hello.
Hello, friends. Enjoy your nap. Sleep well, sweet comrades. Oh no!
Sire, why are my brothers and sisters dead before me?
No reason.
You didn't have any part of this, did you? No, no. Okay.
You're right. Your steed cannot climb up walls yet.
Mining mania.
Look at my terrifying teddy bear.
60% of the way. Where to next?
I don't know. Let's look at the map. What the heck was that?
Audible. Did you guys catch that toot? Was that an audible toot?
I wasn't even helping fight.
It's just how it works. It's
all
kind
right,
of nice.
Toward me.
Onward!
Ah! You're Steed's brothers. Actually, we should kill them.
Such violent words from such a sweet little one.
I want to be able to get that mighty Steed of yours kill.
Is that how I got him?
Yeah.
Is it sad that I attacked them because I liked how they looked?
Yeah, if you go into mount.
You're I can hear you fine. Oh, you're just kind of yelling.
Oh, I don't have my Steed.
Ah. Ooh, starry tree. Level 32. We might have a chance against the dudes.
What do you mean?
The bosses, the big bosses. It all's about our levels and our abilities. Is there anywhere to craft in this here?
No.
And that's probably to prevent something called item duplication. $65. Jeez.
Alright, I marked a new one.
Onwards! That's weird. It's like a weird glitch. I can move faster if I do that. I think I found a move glitch. That was odd. At least when you're swimming. Excellent. 20 more. What do you think the challenge is going to be? The epic thing. I bet it's going to be mining.
Look, they won't be actually really feeling anything because they're where I'm killing them.
There! Yeah! There! Yeah! There! Yeah! There! 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 There!
That didn't give us anything. I guess we have to be both nearby it, otherwise we don't get the points. Oh no, we're still going. No, I missed. Ugh. That's the worst feeling. Oh god! Oh, that's not fair. All right, 10 more. You love just attacking now, don't you?
I do it trying to get your mighty speed. If you ever get an extra one of those, will you give it to me somehow?
Okay, of course. If I could give this to you, I would, sweetie. That's how it works in your parent.
Your mighty steed looks strange.
Are we going this way?
Just follow me. Where? Ah. Sorry, I left.
Hunt for legendary fish. Oh, of course! We're not going to be able to do that. Ah, what a bummer. Alright, it's fine. Well, because my fishing's not high enough. Alright, let's try it. I got it marked on the map.
It's right near Tortoise Town.
Yep. Can we fast travel there? I'm gonna travel. I didn't know you could do that on the multiplayer.
To Tortoise Town.
Alright, you. We're here. Fish is over here. Ooh, fishing. I gotta say, fishing the higher level stuff is so hard. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do this. I'm only level 18.
Oh, I might be able to, as long as I don't scare it away. How do I?
Oh. You try. We'll come back. You've arrived at your... there it is.
I can't... Ah.
As soon as you get it going, I'll be able to join. It's almost best to close your eyes and feel the vibration. Feel it! Feel it! Feel the vibration.
We can't.
No. But we're getting there. This is the closest we've ever gotten with anything. So we're getting there.
We just ran out of energy, that's all.
Yeah, but we're getting there.
And also, your line broke.
Yeah, it kept breaking. I had to keep going back. But do you mean? But if we look at our overall achievements, we're getting there. We're getting close.
The fishing challenges me.
Oh
You
no!
have to fish me out of the water.
All right, so I'm gonna leave and upgrade myself a bit, and then if you stay there, I'll see if I can join back in. Okay?
Okay.
And maybe we can alternate, just going back and forth like that. So give me a moment.
No, if I leave it, it's the thing for everyone.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just do my skill board real quick.
Hey, get out of here! I'm supposed to be the fishing challenge.
But I did a bunch of wood cutting.
Alright, never mind. I don't want to be a fishing challenge. I want to upgrade myself a bit too, so I kind of feel like leaving. Darn it! Darn it! Darn it! I'm stuck in the water! There we go. Ah.
Miner.
Salute!
Negative 10 SP consumption for charge attacks. Does that mean you get more? It restores your SP?
I need more. I'm gonna...
Gotcha. What's up? Gotcha. What's up?
I'm ending this thing for now.
All right.
Yes, Mrs. Tootsalot. Madame Toots.
I'll be right back.
Okay. You know what? I should probably update my streaming title here. Mud with the raid. 26 of you coming in. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for coming in. Mud, I made some big breakthroughs. I'm playing Fantasy Life with my daughter right now. So that's why we got this crazy arrangement on the screen. Let me just make sure everything still looks okay. Everything seems to be fine. Yeah. So we're kind of topping it off by playing some Fantasy Life with my daughter. And we finally got our inputs replicating exactly across the across the network from server to client, and there's a little bit of desyncing, but we're working on rollbacks right now. So it's working though, and it's 1-to-1. And we've determined that we need to do our own physics. We're not going to use Godot's physics, although we will use it to detect collisions. We're not going to use it for movement. So we're not going to use, we're not going to have anything like that going on. This is my daughter, Mini Cricket, as we're going to call her on the stream, so we don't dox too much. But I always accidentally say her name anyways.
That is true. Okay, Glenn. Yeah!
All right. So also we got to keep track of the time because we're gonna do this for an hour. Okay, so we got about 50 minutes left. Do you want to do some more multiplayer?
Sure. First, I gotta. Hi, Hilda.
I'm now lurking twice here. Sid, how's it going?
Okay.
Did you all hear Cricket say Godot sucks? Damn. You guys heard it too, right? All right, I'm gonna start the next multiplayer session. Okay.
Okay.
Daddle's always nice to Cricket. Daddle may have encouraged me to cut down our black walnut tree and make potentially 30K. So I can't hold anything against Daddle. So we do explore, right? And we do explore, right?
Yeah. That's what we do.
Okay. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, Bear. You gotta join. You gotta join quick.
Okay.
Password is 123456.
Okay. Alright, Dragon, let's go back home.
She painted her cheek because it looks exactly like her character in the game.
Let's do this.
Okay, we've gone through our skill trees. Let's do some equipment checks here.
It's not letting me go anywhere.
What do you mean?
Ah. I don't have the music on, so it's...
Oh, I had a new pickaxe. I didn't even know it. Ah. Okay, we're all geared out. Look at my hat. Look at how cute I am. Look at this cuteness. Ooh, look
Did
at that.
you make that, or did you unlock it?
Look at that roughness on my texture there.
Did you unlock it, or did you make it?
I make it. I made it. I make it. M says goodnight. Good night, M.
You tailored it?
Let me do a shout out to Mudbound. Mudbound working on Metal Apex. Mudbound Dragoon. If I can spell it, I can't. Mud. Bound. You gotta go. You gotta go to the thing, sweetie. Please. There it is. There's the link. It's on Steam. Wishlist now. So after this, when my daughter's asleep, I'm going to be playing the TMNT Splintered Fate or whatever it's called, which is basically Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Diablo. And it's pretty cool. I've been enjoying it, playing with my buddy. I don't know that I'll be able to stream it. Unless is there a way to stream from the Xbox to Twitch just automatically? A new party member is on the way.
Hey, I have the same hat as you.
Alright, ready up.
I'm coming out to you. Papa, we have the same hat.
Can you ready up, sweetie?
Am I shorter than you?
Can you ready up? Come on, sweetie.
Oh.
You're doing the thing where...
I think I'm shorter than you. I made myself shorter than you. On purpose.
I don't know how. You can change the height?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I made myself shorter.
10-hour stream. Good God, we're heading into 11 hours. It was nice to unwind with this, though. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. But be sure and ask ahead of time earlier in the day, so you don't get your hopes disappointed, okay?
Okay.
Just in case the answer is no. Alright. Where to?
This way.
This away!
You guys see my cool mount?
Mine is cooler. I mean, how many people have a Pegasus?
I don't know.
Oh, I actually had to mine this before.
I whiffed that one because I didn't check for the sweet spot. Oh! Good Lord, those things hurt.
We're kitties and we don't like the water. Help!
Yeah, see, being unproductive some days helps other days. Shows you need some breaks, Cricket. Look how much you accomplished today. You should be proud. Yeah, I am proud. Well, and the thing is like, there's a certain level of confidence when you get good at a skill that you believe that you can get to the other end of it. And you can't. You know you can. You just gotta, you just need to put in the work. These guys, I haven't figured out how to dodge their stuff very well.
There.
We did it. Oh no!
There, now we can finish the other guys. And I crushed this guy.
Is he asleep?
Yeah, I put him to sleep with my arrows.
Nice.
Now that you have all of them, you can skill board the arrows.
Okay. Let's look around here for stuff. I know that the arrows are saying behind us, but I bet there's some stuff going forward. And sure enough, look at that.
Ah, grass serpents!
Run!
I just crushed those guys. You just crushed those guys. Yep, we have to destroy your mount's friends. Help, I have nowhere to use this.
I think you can cancel it. Try pressing one of the other attack buttons. This one. .45, baby. Did we lose track of each other? I think we split up.
I went toward the other one.
Whoops. Okay. I guess we'll meet somewhere else, okay?
Okay. Here. Ooh, a cave. Let's explore it after we finish this challenge.
Okay, I'm still trying to get to you. What's this?
Whoa.
I think if I hit that, something will happen. Maybe you could shoot it. Can you aim your arrows?
What?
Can you aim your arrows?
Can I aim my what?
Arrows? Your arrows? Can you aim your arrows?
Aim my arrow?
This is on PC, yeah. I'm playing on, it's for Windows, but it runs on Linux. Fine. It runs better on Windows, to be frank, but it runs alright on the old Linux Saruni. Actually, it runs, I think part of the problem is I'm streaming at the same time, so I don't know, though. And I also don't have a solid-state hard drive, so that's not helping things. But yeah, it's on console and PC. It's called Fantasy Lab. But this is what we're going after. This is what we're going to try. When I'm describing what I'm describing, this is the style of the gameplay. Are you out of energy?
Yeah. Can you heal me?
Let me just help get this thing knocked out.
I don't have a lot of just normal...
Yeah, I do. Do I finish making them? Ask that question. But yes, yeah. Not like other really big streamers though. I actually do work on games. Another burn.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi-ya! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We have the same. I sewed these hats for me. This hat for me.
Yeah. Donald, you saw the progress I made on the netcode today, right? You were here for it, or did you miss it? You wanted to make a game like this? Yeah, this is like a lot of little things, a lot of little genres mixed together. I should fish these. Let's fish these fish because my level's low and I should get it higher.
No, you're higher level than me. Look. Actually, no.
I'm not. No.
I thought that was English.
I'm only 18 in my angler. Intense fishing action. Ooh, look at that XP drop. Oh. A little too early. I'll try and get it going. Come over here, join me. This one. This one. I have to catch it first. There we go. Okay, join in.
Alright, that's enough fishing.
Okay, level 19. Thank you for that. There's your problem. That's what I said, why to be proud. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so you did see it. Yeah, it was a big moment. Now, I gotta work on tools. But I'm gonna try and get back to actually making the game for the rest of the week. We're gonna work on the rollback for the client side. So the rollback code for that shouldn't be too hard.
You've done this.
Thank you for the follow, Giganto Meko. Giganto? Giga. Giganto. Giganto. Ah, sí. Muy giganto.
Rod of
Ooh. Rod of time. Nobody say anything, okay?
What?
Alright. Let's see. Anything else around here?
Rainbow Feather, Legendary Dawnhorn, Legendary Divine Log, Ancient Emerald, and Sugar Lumber. I have none of that. And it's a carpenter recipe.
Dawnhorn. They say, I know what you did. I know what you did.
This needs everything except it needs an impeccable stash.
Alright. I'm ready to leave. Are you ready to get out of here?
Is this a dead end?
Looks like it. There's some... Oh, let's do this level 23 fish real quick, just for the XP for me. Oh. This one. Wait for it. Patiently. Join me! Yeah! Sneak fish. Delicious sneak fish. Alright.
Oven celery. Oven celery. Oven celery. Oven celery. Oven celery. Oven celery. Okay, nothing.
All right, let's go.
Man, I wish these controllers had a microphone that picked up the fact that I was saying that.
Everyone can hear you.
No, I wish it had like something where I could, it would actually move a boulder. The controllers here.
Oh, I see. I
say oven celery, and then the boulder moves.
Wait, you're not supposed to scream at the fish? Ugh, that's why, you know what? That explains why my dad and I never caught any fish. You know, it's a true story. I fished with my dad a bunch. We never caught a thing because he didn't know what he was doing. And I didn't either. So, what were we going to do? I caught a soda can.
That's kind of cool.
Did I caught a soda can? Ah!
I just crushed that time.
Where'd you go? You ditched me.
Yeah.
It's alright. Keep going. Find some more challenges, okay? We're running out of time.
Yeah.
What's the landmass in this game? Like, how big is it?
Yeah.
This area is called Ginomorphia, but I think there's other ones too. There's story-based ones as well. This is like its open world, I guess you could say. I need your help.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna wait for my energy to come back. Whoa, I just leveled up out of the blue.
I just got a silver claymore.
Ooh. My daughter knows what a claymore is, you guys. How cool is that?
Looky, this person eats pie. Look all this cool stuff I have. All of this is valuable.
Amethyst. Alright, I'm gonna fast travel to you because you're so far away from me. So this is the dawdle. This is to give you some idea of the scale. I can zoom out. So this is where I was. I'm right here. And then that's as far as we can go out of the area. And guess what, guys? Look at the shape of this land. Do you know what this looks like? You know what it is in the shape of? A dragon! Just like the thing I did for the inner tube game. Isn't that wild?
Except yours was a Chinese dragon.
As far as the actual outline, yeah. And the dragon was water, not land. Tubin.
No, I don't think the game was out when Papa made his game.
No, this hadn't come out yet.
So technically they stole it from his game. I'm just saying technically they stole it from his game. I don't have a lot of stuff to heal my energy here.
Okay, I'll take care of this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Hiya! 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 Yeah.
Need a few more hits. Ah! Run! Oh, God bless America. All right. Let's go find it.
It's not here yet.
I know. All right, Jacob, have a good night. Sometimes technically is all you need.
The battle ones. It helps me level up my... Actually, before we start this one...
Whoa, what the hell are those? I've never seen these. There, I need you.
I have...
Oh my God, this is like nightmare fuel. They're simultaneously cute and terrifying.
I did really well when I battled these in a coliseum at another island you haven't been to.
Let's go after the weakest one. Alright, he's down. No, the bad guy, sweetie. I said let us. You can't hear me very well, I don't think right now.
I can't.
Okay.
I'm just battling a monster.
I know.
I'm trying.
The volume of your game might be a little too high, but it's just... Sweetie, we need to get to the objectives, okay? It's way past your bedtime. Alright? Mom's gonna get so mad at me. Again. No, it's not funny. We're gonna have to stop doing this, sweetie. I'm telling you. She's gonna say we gotta stop. Alright. Let's go. Find another one. Follow me. It's two this way. It's open. Let's do it. Where is it?
Oh, it's a vegetable one. You can't help.
Gadzooks. You wanna see if you can do it?
When you are the host, it shouldn't do the ones you can't do.
I know, it seems unfair. We gotta cross the bridge.
I don't want to battle a Caradella. Actually, I really should battle that Caradella. It's only a bit away.
Is that a pony? She's on a unicorn or a...
Pegasus.
Pegasus. And then I'm on a sweet yak-looking thing. I don't know what this is. Mountain goat? They're called, So I'm crowd control, I just realized. Ooh, we did a bunch of dailies.
Oh, I definitely can't do this.
Alright. We're getting there, though. We're getting there.
Okay. It's not even...
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a level 60. There's no way.
I'm a level 25. But I could farm these ones that are for a challenge. Right here.
Okay, but it's bedtime. So we gotta stop. Alright, everybody. Much love to you all hanging out. I appreciate it. We had a big, long day. We kicked a bunch of butt. Sparkly Dark Matter, thanks for coming in. We're gonna go ahead and raid out. Let's find someone to raid. Now, since we're playing a game, I think we should find somebody who's also playing Fantasy Life. I think it's only fair. So let's see if we can find that under categories.
Ah!
Okay, it's time to stop, sweetie. Alright, I gotta leave. And we've got Fantasy Life co-stream.
We could have rated ourselves.
But I'm not sleepy. Here we go, raiding out. We're raiding Dragon Infernos. Don't know them, don't know the quality of the stream or the content, so if there's something awful about it, I'm so sorry. I will see you guys later, though. Much love. Have a good night. Say bye.
Bye.
All right. They just stopped.
Gotcha. What's up? All right.
Okay. How do I end it? Do I have to go in and everything to stop it?
I think you have to top the trip or anything.
Okay.
That is funny. They stopped as soon as we rated. So we rated, but then they stopped.
I might have found somebody who wasn't actually streaming. But I'm still technically streaming right now, so I need to end it.